What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, June 19th, 2025, and it is a beautiful day because we are expecting two C-17s. There are no less than two C-17 Globemasters underway to Schiphol Airport. One is already approaching the coastline and is landing in a few minutes. Another one is underway and is still over the Atlantic Ocean, and I think it's going to arrive around the end of the morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Welcome to the show. Marja, goedenavond. Welcome to the show, all others. Let's have a quick look. So you can see one of the NATO C-17s is already in the vicinity of The Hague. It's going to land in a matter of minutes. There is another C-17 underway, which is not yet visible because it's flying over here somewhere. It's the 96-0002, also underway. It was a bit delayed, so it's coming later. There are four 747s underway. We have a Cargo Lux and an Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. Cargo Lux is arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. That's one that's probably going to land on the secondary runway. Suparna is coming, arriving shortly before 1 o'clock. Hopefully it's going to land here on the Kaagbaan as well. The Emirates A380 is expected around 1:22 today. So yeah, brace for impact, guys. It's going to be a wonderful show here today. Hope everybody is doing well. In the meantime, let's focus on the business at hand. Vueling is coming in. Hans' favorite. Vueling flight 8367, arriving from Malaga. Let me quickly fix the location of my DJI mic transmitter. Get it a bit more out of the way. If I bump into it with my elbow, you might get some crackling. That's why I try to keep it a little bit more ergonomical. Right. We have a 3 airplane glide slope shot. Here we go. So there's two C-17s coming in, and this is the runway I'm expecting them to land on. Hopefully we are going to be more lucky today than we were last time at the Polderbaan. No expected wind changes in the upcoming hours if all is well. Yeah, NATO Summit next week, so material, helicopters and whatnot are flown in. This is KLM Flight 900 arriving from Inverness in Scotland and Embraer 190. And also a belated thank you to Stefan F1 Edits, who was ground crew the last time I was streaming. Totally forgot to thank him when saying goodbye. Did thank him after I was done with the stream, but still thought it would be nice to also say thanks to him on stream. Also a correction from Officer Rudolph yesterday. He texted me and he said that he was wrong about the closure of the Polderbaan. He initially said that from tomorrow 5 a.m. local time it was going to be inaccessible, but that's not true. Up until Saturday, so you can still go there tomorrow and Saturday as well. They're going to close it from Sunday onwards, I think he said. He didn't mention the specific time, but he said until Saturday you can still go there. So for those of you who are planning to go to the Polderbaan or were planning to go there, if all is well, it should still be accessible tomorrow and also Saturday. Not sure until when. Maybe they'll close the thing off Saturday evening or at midnight or something, but oh, the C-17 is still at 30,000 feet. What? Ah, I thought you guys were mentioning in the chat that there was a C-17 coming. Right, well in that case let me quickly correct that, because there is one coming to Amsterdam. That one is still underway. Right, so that was an overhead C-17. Let me correct that quickly. There is one underway. The registration of the C-17 that is underway is 96-0002. And it is expected later in the morning. I thought there was a second one underway. My bad. Let me quickly change the title. There we go. Right, so back to the business at hand. EasyJet. EasyJet flight 22921 arriving from Bristol. A very good morning to all who have joined. Anthony, goedemorgen. Nancy, good morning. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. It's me, Mike, good morning. Gary, good morning. Kelly, good morning. Karsten, goedemorgen, good morning. Pierre, Jan, Pim, welcome to the show, everybody. It is a bit cloudy looking to the north, looking to the east. When you look at the south, things are a bit more open. Looking to the west, things look like so. Right above me, blue sky. I'm hoping that the Luxem guys aren't going to build stacks of shit over here right in front of the glide slope, but hopefully not. Wolfgang, guten Morgen. Servus mate, hope all is well. Right, it's the first day with my Stream Deck out. It's mounted in the center of my tripod below the remote, the Zoom remote. So I can now toggle all the sound effects and more immediately. I am already noticing that legibility is a bit challenging. Being out in full daylight. Nice thing about those units is that you can also set pages. So you have 15 buttons, but you can program a multiple of commands and assign them to different pages. Means we can also increase the number of sound effects. Maria already commented, and when I read it, I thought, oh, if only you... I already programmed one. We have more. Bruh. Let me just take a small glass of vodka. This is United Flight 909, arriving from Chicago O'Hare. 7878 Dreamliner. 12 years old, first flight November 2012. Oh, and guess what I found? Oh yeah. Arjan wonders if I won't be doing any streams because of NATO, because of Sunday. Why do you think that, mate? Why do you think that? Of course I'm going to be doing streams. In fact, I took off from my day job, so I don't have to work until Tuesday, not next week Tuesday, but the Tuesday after that. I'm not sure yet where I'm going to be streaming from. I don't know yet what times I will be streaming, because it all remains to be seen where you can get to, where you can park still. So that's the challenging bit that is still uncertain. I also got confirmation that I am going to be able to join the tour on Wednesday during the NATO top for an audience of resident spotters, if you will, of Schiphol Airport. An open bus tour on Wednesday. The details will be sent to me pretty soon. They'll do a tour of all the airplanes that are parked at the Polderbaan during the NATO top, if all is well. Right now, we'll have to wait a little bit before next traffic. There are still converging arrivals in progress. Narrow bodies, Embraer 195, Bombardier C series, A319. Are they going to do a runway inspection or something? Just wondering. Right now I'm not seeing any inspections in progress. It is 9:12. Well, they are going to do a runway inspection pretty soon, probably, because at 9:20 they usually do a runway change. Let's have a quick look and see what the Bezoekbus website is indicating with respect to runway use. So I also changed the location of the screen in screen, because last stream somebody was telling me that if you're watching on TV with the screen in screen on the right, you are missing out on the messages, the chat messages. And since 40% of you guys are watching the streams on TV, it is of course something that is that needs to be fixed. In the meantime, Arjan is celebrating 3 months of membership already. Always happy when I see you're going live, he writes in Dutch. Thank you so much for your support and for your kind words, mate. Hope that you're going to like being a member for more months to come. If anything is no longer to your liking, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. With the current winds, and the winds are blowing from the north to northeast, it means that this is headwind for landing on the Kaagbaan. So I'm not expecting any runway changes anytime soon, but around 9:20 one of the runways is going to close and the secondary for departures is going to open up. That's usually a time where they do a runway inspection, even though I'm not seeing a bird controller on the runway yet. It usually is being checked, and then the secondary runway 36 right is going to close, and then just 06 is going to stay open, in this case until approximately 11 o'clock. So in the meantime, we have the 747s underway, the A380 is underway, the 96002 C-17 is also underway, but it's flying over the ocean, so not visible yet. Oh, it's H1 over here. H1 is patrolling over here. Wolfgang wonders what is smoking over there. That's a good question. Are they laying new asphalt or something? Probably. Marcel says in Dutch, C-17 landed yesterday, not anymore today. That is complete nonsense. because it was visible on Flight Radar this morning. It is underway. C-17 is incoming, Ramon. Later in the morning. It's flying over the ocean now somewhere. It used to be visible on ADS-B. Let's see if we can still find it. What was that? Registration again, 960002. Maybe we can find it on ADS-B. 960002. Ah yeah. Yeah, well. That's interesting because that's also where it was on Flight Radar this morning, flying over in the vicinity of Nova Scotia. So seems that it's also not on ADS-B. In the meantime, next airplane is coming. Very annoying. There is a truck or a car or something, and the driver is constantly honking already for an hour or so. Very annoying. Hope you guys are not picking it up on the mic because it is actually quite annoying to hear. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Yeah, I saw it as well, Benjamin, but this morning I still have a screenshot of it when it was already further towards Europe. And that was already at 7 o'clock this morning. You need to have a very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Air Europa arriving from Madrid. I am hearing overhead traffic, but current visibility to look up. It's clouded everywhere. So overhead traffic I am unable to see. Huh? C-130. Yeah, we can hear it, but we cannot see it. Well, Pim, turn my camera where? Because I'm not seeing anything. I can only hear it. You're probably missing the fact that it is clouded overhead right now. This is Air Europa, flight 1091, arriving from Madrid, 7879 Dreamliner. Martin R, goedemorgen. Reticent guy, reticent wife, good morning. Reversers applied. Right, so big picture overview, things are a bit clouded, higher up, not at lower levels, but still makes it nearly impossible to see any contrails right now. Next up, JetBlue, flight 62288, arrived from New York, JFK. That's an A321neo, 6 hours 45 minutes on the way, the November 4058 Juliet. 3 years old, first flight August 2021. Hadi Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see ya. Malky, good morning. Welcome to the show, others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Standing here at Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary runway for arrivals, wind blowing from the northeast, headwind for the runway that we are standing next to. I saw Gary Grebe in the water earlier. Right now, no, that's just the coot. There are some aquatic birds further upstream over there. More coots. Next airplane to arrive is going to be Delta Airlines. Let's see, the tree is over there, so that's where the glide slope is. Delta Airlines flight 48, also arriving from New York, JFK, the November 432 Delta X-ray. 6 hours 46 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane. First flight was in January 2025. Good morning, Clemencia. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, all others who've joined in the meantime. Hey there, Jeff, good morning. Anka, good morning. Chris, goedemorgen, good morning. Let's see. So, this morning I saw that the C-17 with RCH 4561 flying from Dover to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport was underway. Did I mention the right track number? The registration 96-0002. RCH 4561. It was, well, a little ahead of the two 747s that are underway from Miami. Still have a screenshot on my phone. I'm looking back on my screenshot that I made at 7 o'clock this morning, just after having awoken. Right, Delta Airlines flight 48. I see that my chat isn't updating since I went out of the browser. Unable to reconnect. Let's turn around the let's reload the chat. Ik denk dat het komt omdat hij over de oceaan vliegt dan. Dat hij dan niet gevolgd kan worden. Yannick is also here. He is also waiting for the C-17. And he was wondering why those airplanes are no longer visible when they are traversing the ocean. W says at Scramble message board an ETA of 11:45 is mentioned. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking. It was flying a little bit in front of the 2747s when it still was visible on flight radar early this morning. So I also figured it was probably going to the airplane was probably going to arrive somewhere at the end of the morning. If all is well, should be landing here. Couple of 747s also coming, 4 to be exact. Good morning, Boreas. Milano, good morning. Good morning, Rob, who's tuning in from South. Uncle Plane Guy, good morning. This is KLM flight 978, arriving from London City, and Embraer 190. Another Vueling behind it, arriving from Alicante. That is going to be an A320. Oh, so something got stuck here just now. What was that? Trying to do some cable management, but something got stuck. Let's get rid of some of the thingies. This should be better. Right, so a bit more clouded than I had hoped it was going to be. This location always is a prime location for beautiful lighting in the morning hours for arrivals. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case for now. Hopefully it's going to get a bit more clear as the morning progresses. Gary Grebe eating some water, having breakfast. Nice. Hey, interestingly, that airplane that we saw just now, or no, wait, that's a Dreamliner that is being tugged. So, one C-17, 4 747s, and one A380, all expected before, what is it, 120 or so. The current wind is like so, headwind. It's not exactly Kaagbaan because we do have few clouds at 2,000 feet. Runway use, well, the website was down when I checked earlier, and it still seems to be down. But we can see what the runway use is like based on the wind. There are 4 747s on the way. Cargolux is arriving from Miami. Before it is Atlas Air arriving from Miami, 12:10. And 12:31, and somewhere over here I think right now the C-17 is flying. This morning it was flying over Nova Scotia, and it was just before the 2 747s. Suparna, expected now 101. That is now in the danger zone of going to the wrong runway. So fingers crossed that it's going to make up a few more minutes, because it was expected before 1 o'clock earlier. Now it's losing some time. Hopefully it's going to make up those couple of minutes and is still going to land on the right runway. This is also one that that's probably going to get away, because it's landing right at the moment where 2 runways are open for arrivals. The Emirates A380 finally is expected around 1:20. It is also expected for the wrong runway. Hans' favorite, Vueling, flight 1377 arriving from Alicante, A320. And in the meantime, I saw that Malky went ahead. He gifted 5 memberships just now. Mate, thank you so much, Malky. You didn't have to do that, but you said, screw it, I'll do it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. If you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships Malky just now gifted, don't forget to say thank you to him. Also, don't forget to use those 32 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. They're there to have fun with. Make sure to use them, mate. Again, thank you so much, Malky, for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Jendrosek, goedemorgen kerel. Patrick, goedemorgen. Eddie, good morning. Zachary, goedemorgen. Nick, Bjorn, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. So yeah, lovely day here. Bit calm, not a lot of wind. Windsock in the scale, in the form of the scale of flag is also pretty calm. Something Norwegian is coming. That honking is extremely annoying. I hope you guys aren't picking it up on the mic, but I'm afraid you might. Marjan, goedemorgen. Arjan has to go back to work. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Don't forget to tune in later in around the end of the morning for the C-17. This is Norwegian in the Otto Sverdrup livery, the Zero. Not Zero, but Zero. 1 hour and 2 minutes on the way to get here. In the meantime, Captain Jerry Donnelly also coming in with a massive bang. Jerome, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Captain Jerry Donnelly just now went ahead. He gifted 10 memberships just now. Mate, you really did not have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry if you are one of the 10 recipients of a gifted membership from him just now. Don't forget to use those custom emojis, guys. They're there for a reason. Have fun with them. Play around with them. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Make us laugh. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity. And once again, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Bookie Meow also back in the chat. Good to see you. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. We are awaiting a C-17, which is expected later in the morning. Phil Kestrel. Phil Kestrel is hunting for Pinky and the Brain. There he is again. He is awfully close to where the airplanes fly, so hopefully he'll make sure to get away in time. Oh, police helicopter. Can hear something coming. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still missing the Airwolf theme. Just come to realize.
I hope the bird goes up because birds strike.
Yeah, well, I hope they're getting away in time. Don't want to see bird strikes. We already saw enough tragedies with birds. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see. This is Embraer 175 arriving from Warsaw. That's a polished landing. Howdy Pascal, goedemorgen. Fortnite guy, good morning. The gliding Dutchman, goedemorgen vanaf het platform. Where on the platform might you be, mate? Good morning. Two airplane glide slope shot over there, Vueling in the foreground, SAS in the background, another SAS behind it. So two back-to-back SAS's. And Maria says we just crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to support the channel. Help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do so. Once again, if we are going to reach 1,000 likes while live, I will do another airplane dance for you guys. In the meantime, Vueling is approaching, arriving from Barcelona. Flight 8316, A320. Yeah, Bookie Meow asking if the Polderbaan is still in use tomorrow. It is. And yesterday evening, Officer Rulof also texted me. He made a mistake and corrected his error. He said that the Polderbaan is still accessible for spotters as well until Saturday. So tomorrow you can still go there and on Saturday as well. Don't know until when, what time exactly on Saturday, but it is still accessible. Vueling 8316 arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour 42 minutes on the way. The ECMLE. Hadi Frans, goedemorgen. Matt, goedemorgen. MDW asks when are the airplanes in the title arriving. Let me take you through that in a moment. Hey, Kenneth Chef Chris, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Right, so let's have a look. The C-17 that we are awaiting was flying in front of the Cargolux and Atlas Air 747. And right now the estimation is that it is going to arrive around 11:45. It was visible when it was still flying over Nova Scotia this morning. Now it's flying over the ocean still and not yet visible. Atlas Air is expected around 12:10. 12:33 ETA for the Cargolux. Cargolux arriving from Nairobi is 11:20 more or less, and around 1 o'clock Suparna. That was expected before 1 o'clock earlier, so hopefully it's going to make up a few more minutes. A380 now with an ETA of 1:12, seems to have made up some time since we checked it last time. meantime, SAS over here, landing A320neo, arriving from Oslo. Another one of these airplanes is going to follow immediately after it, arriving from Copenhagen. Dirkie, goedemorgen, and good morning to all others who have joined. Delta 245 Heavy, good morning. Time for another A320neo SAS. SAS flight 2551. Arriving from Copenhagen, 1 hour and 8 minutes underway now. Hey there, Kjell, good morning. And this is the LNRGO Lima November Romeo Golf Oscar. 8-year-old airplane, first flight December 2016. Hey Lance, morning mate. .30°C in rural France. That's a bit warmer than it is over here. Although the same heat is expected to drift in on Saturday. Saturday and Sunday once again promise to become warm. Tropical weather, 30 degrees or so. Next airplane coming in should be Delta Airlines Flight 56, an A330neo arriving from Salt Lake City. Oh! An unidentified flying object. Where is it? It's the moon! Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah. 8 hours and 57 minutes on the way. It's the November 431 Delta X-Ray. 8 hours and 57 minutes on the way. It is brand new according to Flight Radar. First flight October 2024. Turkish A330 is flying on the downwind leg. I think I have it already. Turkish flight 1951. There it is. Should also be landing here on 06 pretty soon. Yeah, they're cutting away at the branches over here. Gliding Dutchman says that the C-17 as of right now has an estimated ELDT. Estimated time of arrival for around 11:37. So it's coming. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined. Cheyenne, good morning. Scotty H, good morning. Joshri, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen, good morning. Ange, good evening. Welcome to the show, everybody. Blackburst, good morning, goedemorgen. Daan, morgen. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It helps to promote this channel and its content and new viewers. People like you guys are, who like aviation, who like banter, who like watching duckies, and who haven't discovered the channel yet. Seems that there's also a bit of a traffic jam here on the, I think this is the connection from the A4 to the A5 highway. Then again, it's always a bit slow. Yeah, no, it seems that it is just a temporary thing. Alright, somewhere in the distance, I think the tree is right now still in the way. There it is. KLM Flight 592 emerges. KLM Flight 592. Ah! And Captain Harry is celebrating 3 months of membership. Yeah, no, that's not automated yet. New members and membership renewals. I still have widgets for running in the background that hopefully have come another iteration closer to being perfect. Means that I still have to manually celebrate membership birthdays. I'll happily do that with Captain Harry 001, who is celebrating 3 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for your support. I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Thank you so much for your support, Captain Harry. Good morning to all who have joined. Richard, goedemorgen. PFG Holland. UFO80, good morning. Albert, good morning. This is KLM Flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg, South. Behind it should be the Turk. And behind it should be an Air Canada Flight 900. To what degree these airplanes are already visible remains to be seen. I think the Turkish A330 should become visible pretty soon. Yeah. Just over there, you can see that the gear is extending. Ever so slightly. In the meantime, also Army Vet 172 has returned, saying good morning, celebrating 8 months of membership. Army Vet, good morning. Welcome back, sir. Hope all is well. And thank you so much for your continued support. 8 months as a member. Upwards and onwards. Hope you still like being a member. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Hit me up if we need replenishments, if we're running low on certain supplies, if the seats need renewal, anything, hit me up, let me know. Thank you so much for your continued support, Army Vet, and welcome back. So 4 747s, an A380 and a C-17 are expected this day. The C-17 is arriving from Dover, USA. Expected to arrive here between 11:30 and 12. Stoof, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. Me, myself, goedemorgen, good morning. Intervloek Spotter, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Scott says we need more LMP in the lounge. I keep drinking all of them. Yeah, you have to take a small glass, right? Let me also take a small glass of vodka. Ah, refreshing. And I see that my automated widget is working for Theo van Veen, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Theo, welcome to the club. Thank you so much for your support. Hope everything is going to be to your liking in the lounge. You have access to 32 custom emojis. Feel free to use them however you see fit. Theo, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your support, my friend. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you around. And Friendly Carp says, you change the seats. I will change the seats. Yes, sir. I'm on it. Turkish Flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul. Captain Jerry says we need more extra smoke condoms in the lounge. I'm on it, mate.
Bruh.
Qatar in the downwind with a special livery, Wolfgang says. Not yet am I seeing it. Not yet. Still a decent amount of distance between us. Should become visible pretty soon. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Scott for your super chat. Scott asks, what's your favorite place to plane spot? You mean at Schiphol Airport? I think it was P3 because of the oversight, the overview that you had and the altitude. There was a lot of, there's always a lot of action that you can see over there. So I think that would have to be my favorite spot, or at least it used to be. Thank you so much for the donation, Scott, and for the interesting question. This is Air Canada Flight 900 arriving from Montreal, Canada. 7878 Dreamliner. And that vehicle 3 is in the way. Get out of the way. Nice use of the reversers though, has to be said. Vince, good morning. Bo, good morning. Henk, goedemorgen. Carwash Gaming, good morning. Right, Qatar, arriving from Doha. I think I have it now. There it is. Special livery, eh? Well, it's a bit pixelated and a bit vague still from this vantage point at such a distance, but it's going to land here, so we should be able to see it in more detail soon enough. In the meantime, this is KLM Flight 1402, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, 737-800. Papa Hotel, Bravo X-Ray Hotel is the registration, 38 minutes on the way. That is a perfectly nominal flight duration. The airplane is 24 years old already, first flight July 2000. KLM Flight 1570 arriving from Porto in Portugal after that. I'm also here accompanied by Yannick, and there are also some other people over here. Yannick is over here. He is also waiting for the C-17. There were already a couple of spotters further back. You can see more people. It's probably going to get more crowded here as the C-17 is approaching. Expected between 11:30 and 12. And totally forgot to ask you, Yannick, do you want an AMS Live sticker? Last time you were here, I totally forgot to ask you. Here you go, mate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am sure that the C-17 comes between 11 and a half
And 12, yeah.
because at 2 p.m. I need to go somewhere.
You need to go at 2 p.m. Well, if all is well, it should arrive before the end of the morning. I did see it on flight radar this morning, and it was arriving before the two 747s that were on the way from Miami. And the first of those is expected around 12:10. So it should land around the end of the morning if all is well. Phew, a sigh of relief. Hopefully the sun will be shining by then, so that we have better lighting than it is right now. Lanty just landed from Johannesburg, South. Welcome back. The flight that we filmed. Alberto, good morning. Benvenuto. Oh. Lance says, my mate at KLM, gezagvoerder Duck says, boy is a Polderaan phenomenon. I certainly am, aren't I? Alright, so check it out. Qatar is arriving and it's the Moved by People livery. I think we've seen that before once in the stream. The livery is mostly focused on the back part of the fuselage. Qatar flight 8205, it's turning in last minute. You can see it's still turning in. I assure you this is being flown by hand by the pilot flying. People sometimes were wondering, are they flying on autopilot or not? They usually disengage the autopilot when established or at the moment when they are lowering the gear. These short circuit approaches are definitely all hand flown. This is the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Golf, 6 hours and 16 minutes on the way from Doha. Ah, another idea for a sound effect. Doha. Hey, PFG Holland, let's see. Yeah, that's still the incorrect message. It should have been blue and it should have said something like renew, just became a member again. But that's okay. PFG Holland, welcome back. Thank you for renewing your membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylounge, mate. We kept your seat warm and left everything the way you left it. Kept everything the way you left it. Goedemorgen Rup. Good morning Radek. Selamat Bayouj. Bayouji. Something like that. Welcome. Alrighty. Hey. Yeah. Interesting. Tell more. Croatia Airlines is next to arrive and it is also doing a similar short circuit round as the Qatar was doing. So I'm trying to see if I can spot it somewhere over there. Not seeing it. Again, one of those situations where you need to know exactly where you need to look. Yeah, it's flying base somewhere. It should, I think it should be out here somewhere, but yeah. Oh wait, I have it. There it is. Gear is extending. Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. That's an A319 coming this way. Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Flying base, turning in, turning final. 1 hour and 37 minutes in the way. SOBs. Don't put it right in front of the glide slope view. Okay. Got me scared there for a moment, that driver. But they're thinking along. That's cool. Right, and this is the glide slope tree. And from here, this is going to turn final. Gives me a quick moment to go back to the computer. Massively thanks Scott for your super chat. He asks, what's your favorite livery? That's a good question and a hard one to answer because I have several that I like. There are several special liveries that I like. I like the Quetzalcoatl from Aeromexico, but I also like the standard livery of ITA. The shade of blue I think looks so pretty, whether the sun shines or not. The metallic in it really makes it shine. I also like the livery because of the intricate details that you can see at the back, at the tail and at the back end of the fuselage. There are so many retro liveries flying these days that I also like. Transavia is coming out with a retro livery pretty soon. That also, based on what I've seen on the pictures, also looks very, very pretty. So it's hard to pick a single favorite. There are many that I like. There are also a lot that I don't like. But it's a really tough question to answer. Just like, what is your favorite airplane? Hardest question to answer because there's something to like about almost all airplane types that are flying. Alan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Tom, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Michael, good morning. We want to see the airplane dance. Well, that is up to you guys. 1,000 likes will give you one. We're now at 335, so there's still a long way to go. With 800 plus viewers, you would think it would be feasible, but that's all up to you, airplane dance or not. I'll leave it in the hands of you guys. Ah, and there's the C-17 now on flight radar again. Awesome, Lucas. Thanks. Alan is melting. Just kidding, mate. You should pour yourself a glass of vodka. Just a small glass. Right, let's see if all is well. The C-17 is back on flight radar.
It's back on flight radar.
And that means we can see it. Yeah, there it is. There you go. The C-17 RCH 4561 is flying just northwest of Ireland, coming this way, 29 years old. Estimated to be landing here between 11:30 and 12, and if all is well, it should be landing on this runway. 4 747s are also expected, the first of which I think, no, it's going to be Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi. It's going to the wrong runway, we can still see it from over here, but it's going to 36 right most likely. Cargo Lux is arriving from the west. 12:15 is now its ETA, and 12:40 or approximately 12:40 is the ETA of the second 747. Suparna once again making up a few more minutes, and hopefully it's going to continue doing that, because the more it is arriving before 1 o'clock, the higher the likelihood of it landing on runway 06. A380 is also going to get away from us today, but if all is well, we should still see it from over here, and maybe we will get lucky. We have seen that before as well. In the meantime, Aviation, goedemorgen, good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It's a mixed bag with cloudiness and open sky. Now looking to the north, more blue. Looking to the west, more cloudy. Looking to the east, also cloudy. Overhead, cloudy. Looking to the south, also a bit more open. So what is going to happen, how well the sun is going to shine, remains to be seen. But stick around and we'll find out together. Mate, Scott, thank you so much for another super chat. Favorite aircraft type? Mine is the 777-300ER. I also like the 300ER, but what is my favorite? I think if I have to pick just one, it would be the 747-400. Then again, I also like the Dreamliner. I also like the 777s. I am also a very, very big fan of the A350. A350 and A220, I think aesthetically are the prettiest airplanes out there of the latest generation passenger airplanes. So yeah, like I said before, difficult question to answer, because there's something to say about almost all airplane types. I do like A330s, not aesthetically, but I do like the sound. I do like how they butter the landings. I like when they reverse. The idiosyncratic slow retraction of the landing gear. EasyJet A320neo arriving from London Gatwick. Tim, goedemorgen. Frank, good morning. Oh wait, this is different Frank. Goedemorgen, good morning. One Frank says good morning, one says good morning. DJ Danny, good morning. Jordi, goedemorgen. Lenier, goedemorgen. Right, so if it's not somebody sounding the horn, it is somebody cutting stuff. Noise everywhere. Next airplane arriving should be BA. Is that it already? No, wait, that's... Yeah, BA A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Good morning, Yappie. Honk honk. That's vehicle number 3. Throwing us a little wave. BA Flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. A319, 35 minutes on the way. All par for the course. 24-year-old airplane, first flight February 2001. Hadi Han, goedemorgen, good to see you, mate. So we are awaiting 747s, a C-17 and an A380. 4 747s to be precise, 1 A380, 1 C-17. The C-17 is expected between 11:30 and 12. The first 747 is expected around 11:20. 2 more 747s expected around 12:15 and 12:40. And another one shortly before or around 1 o'clock, Suparna. The A380 now expected briefly after 1 o'clock.
Plane turning now.
Yeah. Yeah.
787.
From center, you mean?
Yeah, from center.
Yeah. So we see an airplane that just took off from center. And Stove says, good morning, Yappie. My brother's name is also Yappie. What a coincidence. Han missed the Vueling planes. Indeed, QJ. I'm sure he'll watch them back on Rewind. Knowing he missed a few, he's bound to do that. Alameen, good to see you again. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Good morning, Waterford, Declan, Portlaw. Let's see, BA on the right, and on the left we have SAS A320 Neo arriving from Stockholm, flight 1553. The next airplane after that is, I think, KLM 668. That's a 777-200 arriving from Austin, Texas. And this is BA flight 430, an A320 arriving from London Heathrow. Een echte Friese naam. A real name from Friesland. Are you also from Friesland dan, Jappie? Jappie, I didn't. That's of course derived from Jaap, I think. All right. Now the sun is starting to shine, immediately feels a bit warmer. Should also improve the lighting of the airplanes. SAS flight 1553. Mr. Blue Sky, welcome back. Mr. Blue Sky, do your thing, mate. Too much cloudiness over here. You're in the wrong parts of the sky over here, but I think it is improving. It is improving. Alrighty, next up, KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. It's a 777-200 8 hours 47 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Mike. 19-year-old airplane. First flight March 2006. Op deze plaatje kan ik de hele nacht wel dansen. I am probably missing a reference that Han is making here. I am so sorry, Han. You're probably referencing something, and I'm missing out on what it is. Tina, goedemorgen. Wolfgang says the sin is in. The sin is in. Is that so? I must be missing something. Singapore or what? Oh, Dawn Splat from Brainpower. Ah. Wow, that's a long time ago that I heard that. Back when TMF was still a thing, and there were video clips on TV and also on MTV. Ah, registration. of the SAS. There you go. Missed that bit. All right, thank you, Mr. Blue Sky. Thank you so much for complying here and doing your thing. Patrick, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Kaagbaan where the sun is beginning to shine. We're expecting 4 747s. We're expecting a C-17 and we're also expecting an A380. Let's have a look and see where everything is in the sky right now. The C-17 is flying just north of Ireland and is approaching ETA between 11:30 and 12. The Orange Pride is taxiing to its runway, probably center, to go to Cape Town in South Africa. We have 4 747s underway. In the vicinity of St. Petersburg is Suparna. Cargo Lux has just crossed into, or is it still? No, it's still in the vicinity of Wolfgang. If he looks to the west, he should be able to see it if he is at home. Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, ETA 11:25. The others 12:15, 12:40 and ETA, a comfortable 12:52. That makes it more likely to land on runway 06. And the A380 once again expected at 1:20. This is the airplane we're all keeping our eye out for. The C-17 Globemaster arriving from Dover. It's coming pretty soon. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around because there's plenty to see and do, and it's always nice to be relaxing and watching some airplanes land. Next airplane coming in is an Embraer 190 from KLM. Relocation flight by the looks of it. It says KLM flight 9936. That usually is either training or relocation or maintenance or whatever. Arriving from Brussels. A full 20 minutes underway now. The PHEXE. 20 minutes underway and it is a 9-year-old airplane. First flight November 2015. I also see that we've crossed through 400 likes, or at least that's what Maria says. Thank you all so much for the support, guys. 40% underway to an airplane dance. If we'll reach 1,000 likes while live, I will do another airplane dance for you guys. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving an additional like or maybe subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It is an easy and free way to support the channel, help us reach more people. More people who are interested in live aviation streams, banter and duckies, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. KLM Dreamliner, and is that the BA? It looks like it, doesn't it? Is that Swiss? I think it might be Swiss on the move. All the while, the cargo apron on the north side of the Kaagbaan has been empty all the while. So let's bring in some cargo airplanes to fill up the space. Michael not yet cited in the chat. He is missing out once again. This is a CRJ, his favorite airplane, Lufthansa flight 2302 arriving from Munich. 1 hour 11 minutes on the way, and this is the Dagny. Beautiful.
That's the way, I like it.
Meanwhile, let's turn around. KLM flight 674 is arriving from Edmonton, Canada, and is next to land over here, and that's an A330-300. Left Edmonton 7 hours and 52 minutes ago. It's fuck D, PHAKD. It's a polite way of saying piss off. Fuck D. 13-year-old airplane, first flight March 2012. Beautiful. Peter also back in the chat. Good morning, Peter. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Ange doesn't think it's the polite way. All right.
Orange Pride.
The Orange Pride. Yeah, I thought I saw it on Flight Radar. I was already looking. Where is it? Orange Pride? There it is. Yeah. Only with the backlight, hard to discern. Looks like your dime in a dozen 777-300 but it is actually the Orange Pride on its way to Cape Town South. Damien, good morning. Welcome to the show, Benjamin. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're doing well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at the Kaagbaan runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. And what a bunch of arrivals we are still awaiting. The C-17 Globemaster, one of the many that are bringing in material for the American delegation for the upcoming NATO Summit next week. Probably helicopters or whatnot. It's ETA somewhere at the end of the morning between 11:30 and 12 local time. 4 747s are expected and the A380. Ah! No, that's new to me at least, Han. Helicopter 1 already arrived yesterday. And has the Beast already arrived? Or is that one of the later deliveries? This is KM Malta, flight 394, an A320neo arriving from Malta. Behind that, Tarom in a 737. Tosho, good morning, goedemorgen. Welcome back, hope all is well. Megalodon, good morning. And Ange is from South, but now lives in Singapore. Awesome. And indeed, Maria, please remember to strike the like on your way in. It's free. Thank you. It also helps to promote this channel and its content to new viewers, people like you guys with a sense of humor, who like airplanes, who like nature, but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to promote the channel and help us reach more audience, more people that will happily join us on days like today where there's a lot coming in. This is not a lot, this is Tarom though. Flight 361, 737-700, arriving from Bucharest, 2 hours and 34 minutes on the way. Yankee Romeo Bravo Golf India is the registration. Why? That's why, indeed. Waarom Tarom? Jesse asks about the C-17. Approximately between 11:30 and 12. Looking on Flight Radar, you can also find it. It's the RCH 4561. It is slowly but surely getting here. Well, it was here. It's been here now for a while. It is still ahead of the Atlas Air and the Cargo Lux, or at least that's what it was earlier. It seems to be hovering still, or is it just moving so slowly? Is it actually moving? Let's see, it's now... Oh yeah, it is moving, isn't it? Yeah, it is moving. So here it is coming. End of the morning is when we are expecting it. We're also going to see a Cargo Lux that is going to land on the wrong runway. These are going to land on the right runway, 12:15, 12:40. And this one, also right as it stands, is also a candidate for the right runway.
Choppers are already here on Schiphol.
Yeah, it's also mentioned in the chat. Right, in the meantime, a good morning to all who have joined, and I think that is a good suggestion, MO. Instead, I will pin a comment in the chat. That's probably easiest visible. C-17 ETA 11:30, 1200 local time. There we go. Pin message. There you go. For those of you who are wondering, easy reference for the people. Alrighty. Flying AMS Live logo is upon us, but not before as an Embraer 175 arrival from Geneva. Dino in the tube, good morning. Let us quickly turn back because KLM flight 741 is approaching, arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, right next to. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 17 minutes on the way. It's the PHBKK, Bravo Kilo Kilo. That's interesting, an airplane with many kilos coming in from Colombia.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a white nose though, so at least I'll give them that. The airplane itself, 4 years old. The first flight was in December 2020. Lighting is improving. Lighting is improving courtesy of Mr. Blue Sky. Thank you so much, Mr. Blue Sky, for your cooperation. Still, some friendly clouds looking, this is northeast, looking to the northeast. Still, thus far, only coots that are visible. Calling the ducks, but they're still sleeping in, I think. I did see Gary Grebe earlier, but that was further downstream where I walked from towards this location. Two airplanes visible, both arriving from London. One from London Heathrow, one from London City. The Embraer 190 from London City is on the right, and on the left is an A321neo arriving from London Heathrow. We are going to see an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM as well, 3 back-to-back KLMs with 3 different airplane types. London City, London Heathrow, Berlin, Embraer 190, A321neo and E2 Embraer 195 respectively. I think the man is going to tear down all of the bushes over here. Means that he still has some way to go. If this is what he only did up till now.
10 hours later.
Zeg je?
10 uur later.
Yeah, 10 hours later, indeed. Air Canada Flight 808 is also flying in the vicinity of Leiden and is becoming the 4th arrival here. Landscape spotting indeed, Scott, indeed. Also time for a small sip of vodka.
Vanavond ga ik naar Lionel Richie toe.
Lionel Richie is performing tonight.
Yeah,
Where?
at Ziggo Dome.
Ziggo Dome, nice man. All night long. Nice. Alrighty, KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow, A321neo over here. It's Fax F, PHAXF, 42 minutes on the way. And that's to stay properly hydrated, Ray. Big sun, big heat, big wind means big glasses of vodka. All night long is what my ex-wife wanted, Captain Jerry says.
Bruh.
Well, whatever it is they're doing over there, they're still doing it. Creating some smoke or whatever it is. Thought you guys said it was paving or something? Maybe that's also the reason why there aren't any airplanes over there right now. Cargo apron thus far is only populated by airplanes on the south side. Looks quiet. Looks like there are only 3 or so. It's probably more, but maybe out of sight. John also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Scorchio Edinburgh. How warm is it? Scorchio! Fast show. Loved it. Always used to watch. Back when it was still on. This is KLM flight 1772. Arriving from Berlin. E2 Embraer 195. 1 hour and 6 minutes on the way. Buon estente. GMA, goedemorgen. Alberto, good morning. Alberto wonders where was the former Fokker factory? Is it visible from this spotter spot? I'm not sure that it is. I don't know where exactly it was, to be honest. So Officer Rudolph just now texting me a screenshot from Flight Radar where he is also seeing that it is coming, the C-17. Now going a little bit to the southeast and towards the Isle of Man. John Norris is also back in the chat. Good evening, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Jevis Slijm is giving us good news. Jesus is coming to Schiphol tonight from London Luton. That is amazing. It's been a long time since we last saw Jesus in the Netherlands. Jesus is coming. Air Canada Flight 808, arriving from Toronto, 7878 Dreamliner. Incognito bank robber. And some reverses to boot. And Captain Jerry asks if Jesus is coming. Yeah, Jesus definitely came. This is KLM Flight 598. It is arriving from Cape Town, South. 777-300 11 hours and 4 minutes on the way. It's the PHBVK Bravo Victor Kilo, and we have wide bodies behind it as well. The second airplane that you can see in the distance is United Flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. That's 777-200 and Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, should be behind it. Base and turning final. There it is. Hey Jelmer, goedemorgen. Duke TV, good morning. Sagar, goedemorgen. Jay Remy also back, good morning. Hey there Elizabeth, good morning, welcome back. Hope all is well. Evan, top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Welcome back to all of you. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and we are here at the Kaagbaan. C-17 Globemaster is expected, 4 747s as well, plus the A380. Bit cloudy over here. Hoping that the sun is going to start shining before the C-17 lands. And for those of you who joined us later, let's have a quick look and see what is cooking in the kitchen. We are seeing that the RCH 4561 C-17 Globemaster, arriving from Dover, is flying towards the Isle of Man and is expected later in the end of the morning. First Quad Squad member is going to be Cargo Lux, arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. It's going to go to the wrong runway with an ETA between 11 and 11:40. It's going to runway 36 right, almost certainly. These two airplanes are going to land here on the Kaagbaan. Of course, the C-17 is now also expected to land over here, arriving from the west. Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. ETA 12:18. 12:40 and nicely spatially separated 12:50. Now even earlier still is Suparna, which now also has become a candidate for 06. The Emirates A380 is going to get away with an ETA between 1 and 2 o'clock. It's going to the secondary runway. Liwe also back in the chat. Good to see you, Liwe. Goedemorgen. Welcome back. United Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. Hey there, Mr. Marco. The GG Aviation, good morning. The bloody pig got me arrested yesterday. It squealed on me. Keep them coming. That shit is quack. Servus Peppy Pittel, herzlich willkommen. Next airplane is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A330-300. November 803, November Whiskey. The airplane is on the way for 8 hours and 15 minutes. 21 years old, first flight August 2003. King Ding, Misha, good morning. Mr. Marco, hi. And DS Mike was yesterday at Polderbaan in the evening, 11 p.m. to witness the takeoff of the C-17 that was delayed and arrived later in the day. Was expected for the morning, but it arrived later. Let's also have a quick look and see what the weather has been doing. I feel that wind is picking up, and the meter that I loaded into the ticker only was mentioning 4 knots of wind. Things have picked up. It's now 5 knots of wind. Still headwind mostly for the airplanes that are arriving here. We still have few clouds at 2,500 feet. The air temperature is 20 degrees C, and there's no ceiling because we can see up till the ceiling of clouds that are at a higher level. It is cloudy, but technically speaking there's no ceiling, since the lower 5,000 feet only has few clouds at 2,500 feet. In the meantime, almost 500 likes. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Liking and subscribing is an easy way and a free way to help this channel reach a wider audience. If you want to help the channel, that's the way to do so. Helps to bring in new people like you guys who like aviation, who like banter, who like nature, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. King Ding says Gulfstream G650, owner is Nike, inbound AMS, expected in 3 minutes. Is it also going to land here on this runway? Indeed, rare sight, 737 from KLM, John. You got that right. Hope you took a screenshot of it, because chances of you seeing it ever again, slim to none, here at Schiphol. Air France flight 1444 is next. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300, aka an A220. Arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, 44 minutes on the way. That is a nominal flight duration. Brand new airplane, first flight March 2025. The airplane that you see on the left behind it is also a Bombardier C-Series 300. That is from ITA, arriving from Milan. A321 from Lufty behind it, flight 988. Gulfstream to 36 right as expected. In the meantime, another A220 on final. ITA Airways flight 120, arriving from Milan. 1 hour 27 minutes on the way. 0 Mike D, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. Kanaal Hopper, guten Morgen. Tuning in from Hanover, herzlich willkommen. This is ITA Airways flight 120, arriving from Milan. Bombardier C-Series 300. 1 hour and 27 minutes on the way. Peace and quiet. What? Is it lunch break or coffee break? Please continue later today. This is a brand new airplane, first flight February 2025. Now, Mr. Blue Sky, we are in dire need of you. Please come back and do your thing. Once again, cloudiness has taken over here at Schiphol Airport. All around me I'm seeing cloudiness. So looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the east, things look like so. Looking to the south, this is what I see. And of course, looking to the west, turning back so that the camera wires don't get tangled, things look like so. The horn is broken, Wolfgang says. Which horn is that? I must have more vodka. I'm missing out on a lot of the references you guys are making. This is Lufti flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt, an A321, 47 minutes on the way. Dazer, Delta Alpha India Sierra Romeo. Hey there, pair. Good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Ah, from the truck sounding it all the time. Yeah, it also has gone. Hopefully it drained its battery and now cannot go away or anything. Serves them right. Bird control over here. Right, and now on to the next airplane. King Ding asks if I can spot the Gulfstream. I think I see something. I don't see anything on flight radar, but I do have something visually. Let's turn around the right way so that I can continue following it without camera wires getting tangled. This probably it, isn't it? The Gulfstream from Nike. Okay. What's it doing? Ah, it's just the pilot is flying manually. Banking a bit to the left initially, now banking to the right. Now probably on the glide slope properly. Question is it actually going to land on 36 right, or is it going to do a last minute right hand turn to be landing on runway 04? Just do it. Nike Air. Nike Air Max. What a silence all of a sudden. Nobody is cutting bushes. No trucks sounding their horn. Just regional airplane airport vibes. Yeah, it's turning. Turning to 04, last minute, landing on Oostbaan, following the glide slope of 36 right. Then right hand turn to land on the Schiphol Oostbaan. In the meantime, Mike 01 Mike D asks, no ducks quacking. I am looking in the water. I do see some aquatic birds further over there. But yeah, those are not the ducks, those are just the grebes.
I see a plane incoming.
Yeah, there are planes incoming, indeed. An A319 from EasyJet arriving from Birmingham, next to arrive. Converging arrivals have also begun already. It's 10:52 and the first airplane that isn't the BizJet to 36 right is Transavia flight 6820 arriving from Ljubljana. No other aquatic birds I can see right now in the water over there, nor over here. I did see some movement further upstream over there, but oh yeah, there you go. So another coot is over there doing morning cardio. Right. EasyJet A319 arriving from Birmingham is arriving. WestJet is going to be next after that. WestJet is the best jet, is what they say. Arriving from Halifax in Canada. That's a MAX 8 737, now flying base. Coming this way. And we have crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, even if it is a bit calm right now, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel.
First time spotting the WestJet.
First time for spotting the WestJet for Yannick. Nice, nice. WestJet allegedly is the best jet, so let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Last time we saw the WestJet MAX 8s land on the Polderbaan, they did use the reverser, so let's listen in. It's going to be the second airplane to arrive. First up is going to be this, an A319 from EasyJet, arriving from Birmingham. I'm hearing traffic overhead, but the clouds are preventing us from being able to do some contrail spotting.
A330-300, Lufthansa.
Ah! Hey, and ladies and gentlemen, members, guess what airplane number 3 to the Kaagbaan is going to be like? What it's going to be. Something red. Something red. People who keep asking when the C-17 is expected, have a look in the chat. If all is well, I pinned a comment with the ETA. Before WestJet arrives, let's have a quick look on the map, see what is cooking. So, Cargolux is the first airplane of interest, coming at 11:25, arriving on the wrong runway. Going to the right runway, and probably between 11:30 and 12 is going to be the C-17 RCH 4561, arriving from Dover in the United States. Atlas Air 12:15 and 12:45 Cargolux arriving from Miami, both expected for this runway, and Suparna still at an ETA of 12:50, and that makes it a candidate for this runway. And Emirates lastly with an ETA of 1:16, probably going to the wrong runway, but that's okay. Indeed, local time, Misha. LT means local time. Now we are at more than 1,000 viewers and at 528 likes. If you guys want to see an airplane dance, we will have to up the likes a little bit more. 1,000 is the threshold for the first airplane dance. But if you don't want to see it, of course, that's also fine. The next airplane coming in is WestJet. Flight 70, arriving from Halifax in Canada. Max 8 737, 5 hours 43 minutes underway. 7-year-old airplane already. First flight was in February 2018. Question is it going to use the reversers or not? Let's listen. Yep. Effing A. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to UFO AVgeeks, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, those new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to UFO 80 or UFO AVgeeks if you are one of the recipients of his gifted membership. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Don't forget to have fun with those 32 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. UFO AVgeeks, thank you so much. Dankeschön für deine Unterstützung. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Next up, it is playtime, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are one of the recipients of gifted memberships today, don't forget to use those custom emojis. Here is one airplane where you can use them. It is an Airbus. It is it's play 460, arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. Make the chat bleed, folks. It's the TFPPA, Papa Papa Alpha. 2 hours and 34 minutes on the way. And a small wheelie as well. Beautiful. Perfect. Time to pour me a small glass of vodka. The honking truck has returned. How much battery power does the truck have? Incredible, incredible. Just won't stop. In the meantime, more quackers over here. Chris Coot, eating some water, doing some morning cardio. 3 airplane glide slope shot. The third airplane turning in is KLM flight 696, arriving from Toronto, Canada. A330-200. Kaagbaan is doubting if that was a real pouring sound or a sound effect.
Bruh.
It's the Stream Deck. Definitely a real pouring sound, Ange says. Nico, goedemorgen. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Next up, Iberia Express, flight 731, arriving from Madrid. Oh, there's the Coot. Ah, taking a shower. Excellent. Time for an A321, Iberia Express, arriving from Madrid. Flight 731. Flight time nearly 2 hours, 1 hour and 53 minutes. Beep beep. Shut the F up. 18-year-old airplane, first flight January 2007. Nico on vacation with the boat. That's nice, mate. Are you in the Netherlands or also abroad? Meanwhile, next up is going to be KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto, Canada. A330-200. 6 hours and 41 minutes on the way. The PH-AOE. What? AOE? Ah, in the bush, then again towards Zeeland. Sounds good, Nico. Enjoy, mate.
C-17 is almost above the North Sea.
Is that so? The C-17 over the Gulf of Yorkshire. And WSAF KLM 747 now active on flight radar in the cargo area. I think I am also seeing the pushback. And for those of you who were wondering about activity at the moment. Oh, did I have the map open already? No, surely didn't have that open already, did I? C-17 is now almost ready to traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire, so half an hour or so still away. Cargolux in the meantime has entered Dutch airspace and is probably going to land on runway 36 right pretty soon. We have two 747s that are arriving from Miami, Florida behind it, and interestingly the Suparna still seems to have an ETA of before 1 o'clock. If it stays the way it is, it should be good, and it means that we are probably going to see it land here on the right runway. In the meantime, we are able to go do a long distance headshot of the KLM 747 getting pushed back. And this is the PHCKC. Is arriving from Morocco in the north of and the CKC is flying straight to Hong Kong instead of stopping at Dubai. Well, it's going to go to the wrong runway regardless. No, wait, it's going to the Polderbaan. Yeah, no, it's going to the Polderbaan. And that is the wrong runway because the 747 would be more easily to spot if it took off from center instead. But since we now have converging arrivals in progress, it means that only the Polderbaan is now open for departures. Scott asks how many KLM cargo 747s are there? Well, there are 3, the PHCKA, B and C. And Martin Air Cargo is operating them, and they also still have one airplane in the Martin Air Cargo livery. That is the Papa Hotel Mike Papa Sierra, MPS. Cargolux assigned to Ellesmere bound as expected. Thanks for the update, Maria. Transavia arriving from Olbia, in the meantime landing over here. The slats and the flaps have not yet been set to takeoff position. Means they're still in the process of starting the engines. Next airplane arriving on Kaagbaan is going to be JetBlue, flight 631, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. That's an A321neo. Embraer 175 arriving from Bologna behind it, and an EasyJet that might give you the cramps if you are gluten intolerant. It's arriving from Celiac City, an A319. Third to arrive here on the Kaagbaan, and you can see they're doing the controls check. You could see the elevators, now the rudder. The controls have been checked and the flaps and the slats have been set and the rest of the checklist is completed. They will start taxiing. In the meantime, Chris is going on land even. And this is JetBlue in the wannabe ETA blue. And Chris Scoot back in the water. His time on land short-lived. Back in the safety of the water. Ramon says second C-17 on flight radar North Ireland. Is that so? Is there a second C-17 coming this way? Is it destined to arrive here at Schiphol? Hadi Koos, goedemorgen. KLM Embraer 175, flight 1662, arriving from Bologna. Steph wonders if the A380 is still expected, and the answer is yes, it is. We're awaiting several airplanes on flight radar. We have cargo logs already in Dutch airspace. That's a 747. C-17 is flying north of Norwich and is traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire. We have Suparna, we have cargo logs, we have Atlas Air, and the Emirates A380 is flying over here. Its ETA as it stands right now is 1:14. Erik asks in Dutch if I'm going to stay spotting at Pottebaan for a long time. That depends on whether or not we are going to see interesting traffic ahead of the NATO Summit, and also on the expected winds. Now, for those of you joining later, I have to correct something that Officer Rudolph told me earlier, and he corrected it yesterday. He initially said last week that the Pottebaan was going to be closed off already from 5 a.m. tomorrow. That is not true. He mentioned yesterday evening in a text message to me that he was wrong and that he was confused with the highways in the vicinity of Schiphol. Polderbaan is still accessible until Saturday. I don't know exactly until when, but at least tomorrow it should still be accessible to the public. KLM flight 1042, arrival from Birmingham, 737-800. And is the Queen going to traverse after that? It might be, because it looks like there is a bit of time after this airplane and the next airplanes. Yeah, there you go. Her Majesty the Queen. KLM Cargo PHCKC. Looks like she didn't have a bad case of diarrhea recently. Good for her. Now the next 747, the first 747 to actually land on the stream, is in Dutch airspace and is now flying in the vicinity of Lelystad. USAF is informing us that there is a 747 going to pass overhead. Unfortunately, USAF, I am unable to see traffic overhead. No contrails that we can see. This is what the current status quo is like. As you can see, it is impossible to do contrail spotting at the moment, unfortunately. Wish it were possible, but thanks for the heads up though.
The C-17 is
Descending.
descending.
Yeah, the C-17 is lowering in altitude, coming this way. Pyro Mokum says 2 fighter jets flying next to the C-17. Is that so? That's interesting. Hey, Michael Jackson also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. You missed a CRJ already. Of course you did. Lufty arriving from Munich. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Paul, mate, I did a new iteration of the widgets. Unfortunately, still the same happened. We did have a membership renewal, and it was the green pop-up from the membership widget that popped up and not the renewal widget, so it's still the same. But the Stream Deck is up and running. At least we got that working. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1704 arriving from Brussels. Maybe it is impossible to get a separate alert for a membership renewal. Maybe the data that YouTube sends is not appropriate to make the distinction. Could be. If that's the case, we can still make do with a widget that at least pops up when there are membership renewals or people who become a member for the first time. Maybe it's worthwhile looking into other alerts as well. Membership birthdays and super chats and super stickers. It does seem that my laptop, my camera is a bit back heavy. Going a little bit forward. Also quickly turning around, KLM flight 644 is arriving. 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York, JFK. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to AFCA NSF, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You did not have to do that, but you said, screw it, I'll do it anyway. Welcome to the RWY Skylounge new members. If you are one of the recipients of AFCA NSF, what a tongue breaker. Don't forget to say thank you. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. They're there to have fun with. Make sure to use them however you see fit. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. I challenge you all to get creative with them. Make us laugh. Thank you so much for your generosity, AFCA, and welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Wagner also back in the chat, Bom dia mate. Welcome to the show, others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are standing here at the Kaagbaan. Converging arrivals are in progress. Aalsmeerbound Runway 36 right is also open for arrivals. And one of the first of 4 queens is already in Dutch airspace, coming this way. Arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in going to be going to the wrong runway, but we should still be able to see it quite well from over here. This was Transavia flight 5672 returning from Ibiza, the party island. And in the meantime, a massive big thank you to Kevin Brugging. Kevin just now gifted 5 memberships as well. Kevin, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. That is something you really didn't have to do, but you did it anyway. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Kevin if you are one of the recipients. Have fun with the custom emojis, guys. They're there for a reason to have fun with. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. And Kevin, once again, thank you so much. Also, a congratulations and massive big thank you to Marissa, who is celebrating 26 months of membership already. Deep Blue and is loving it. Thank you so much, Marissa, for everything you have been doing to support the channel. Not just as a member, but also, of course, as a long-standing and very valued moderator. I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge, and I hope you also still like being a mod. KLM flight 1030 arriving from Person-Chester, an E2 Embraer 195, a wannabe 777. If either of the two is no longer to your liking, let me know, Marissa, and let me see what I can do then to fix it. Jeroen is back, Jill is back. Welcome everybody. And avgeeks is also celebrating double digits. Mate, thank you so much for your 10 months of support, double digits. I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. If we're running low on things, let me know. And thank you so much, avgeeks, for all the support. Always nice to have you in the stream. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular, frequent visitor. avgeeks, thank you so much and congratulations for your support. Cargo Lux, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, is flying downwind and is turning base. And on paper, that should be visible from here, if there are no trees and buildings in the way. The clouds I don't think are hindering. In fact, I think they are helping to create a more contrasty backdrop, but I'm not seeing it yet. It continues to fly to the southwest. Still has to turn in a little bit. In the meantime, Embraer 190 is over here. KLM flight 982 arriving from London City. That's German Airways in the new livery. Pointillistic tail. Hey, good news, Marissa. C-17 confirmed for the Kaagbaan. That is absolutely wonderful. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It's already at 4,500 meters.
It is continuing its descent and coming this way. It has been confirmed. In the meantime, I am looking over my right shoulder to see if there is a trace of the 747 visible already. Don't see it yet. Jeroen is seeing the airplane from Utrecht. So it is turning in. Yeah, and I'm still not seeing it. Won't be long. We should be able to see it pretty soon. It's nice to see that Chris Coot has made it back onto land again. In the meantime, over here, KLM flight 1070, an Embraer 190 arriving from Southampton. And I'm still looking over my left shoulder to see if I can spot the 747 already. Not yet, not yet. Should become visible pretty soon. Alright, cargo locks. Turning final. Turning final, though not yet visible from where I am standing. I am keeping a close eye on it. Should be visible, should become visible pretty soon. In the meantime, KLM flight 1406 is arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. That's 737-700, 38 minutes on the way. Mr. Blue Sky is also coming back and is starting to shine here, and that's good news. It means good lighting on the airplane's landing here, if all is well. Flight time 38 minutes for this 737 arriving from Paris. Papa Hotel Bravo Golf India. 15-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. The 747 is getting closer. I'm continuously looking over my shoulder to see if I can spot it already. Lighting is beginning to work in our favor. The sun is shining again. Hopefully come the arrival of the C-17 we'll have perfect lighting. I've got the first queen of the show inside. Here it is, Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in... I have so many sound effects on my stream deck that I need to go back to the right page. There it is, Cargo Lux. Flight 2613, arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Lima X-Ray Whiskey Charlie Victor is the registration. 8 hours and 8 minutes on the way. 747-400 freighter. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight July 2007. In the meantime, I have a little bug on my lower leg, my right lower leg. Not anymore. Ja hoor, nee, het is geen probleem. Nee, voor de C-17 zijn jullie allemaal prima. Die is bevestigd voor de Kaagbaan. Ja, die gaat hier komen. In the meantime, many people have gathered already to photograph the C-17. You can see more people have arrived on the scene. Ah, your brother is watching. There you go. Awesome. Yeah, a whole crowd has gathered in the meantime to see the arrival of the C-17. We had a little excursion to runway 36 right, one of the queens getting away, going to the wrong runway. Now let's focus back on the C-17. It is over the Gulf of Yorkshire, it is approaching the coastline, and it is expected to arrive as 4th or 5th or something. In the meantime, we have an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich over here on final. Turning in the background is another Embraer 190 KLM arriving from Bristol. 3 consecutive Embraer 190s we are going to see, so if you are a fan of the airplane type, you are in luck. So converging arrivals it is, ladies and gentlemen. 4 747s expected before the A380. The A380 is expected around 1:15. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around after the C-17 has landed, because there are 2 747s expected arriving from Miami. These are going to land on this runway regardless. ETA of 12:15 and 12:45 approximately. There is also a Suparna 747 on the way, arriving now as it stands shortly before 1 o'clock. And that means also a candidate for this runway. The A380 will land between 1 and 2 o'clock. That makes it a candidate for the wrong runway, just like with the Cargolux 747 just now. Quick final look at the flight radar map just to see what is cooking. The C-17 is flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire and is going to turn in pretty soon, minutes from now. There are 3 747s on the way. Cargolux and Atlas Air arrival from Miami, 12:15, 12:47 the ETA, going to land here on this runway. Suparna still an ETA before 1 o'clock. As it stands right now, also a candidate to land on the runway we are standing next to. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. The Emirates A380 we are also going to catch. We gotta catch them all just like Pokemon. Its ETA is 1:15. Last update of the screen in screen. Now it is fully back to the stuff going on over here. And if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like. It is an easy and free way to help this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people. People who like banter, people who like aviation and like nature, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. It's coming, the C-17 dropping off equipment undoubtedly for the American delegation for the upcoming NATO Summit next week. Hopefully Mr. Blue Sky is going to help us give optimal lighting. This is KLM flight 1076 arriving from Bristol and Embraer 190. It's really fun to see people have gathered here. There's a lot of people over here, right here, and also further at the place where the road is. You guys, of course, have front row seats over here, standing right next to the runway with me. This is KLM flight 954 arriving from Newcastle. It's an Embraer 190 and the C-17 is flying base and is over land already. So I'm thinking it should be visible somewhere over there. Got it. We have a visual on the C-17. There it is. It's flying base, flying to the southeast and now turning in towards the glide slope. Means we are going to skip the Embraer 190 that is now on final over here. The gear is extending. Last week we were unfortunately not able to catch it up close because the runway use got changed. Today we are going to be lucky. Front row seat, and the sun over here right now where I'm standing is shining on me, casting a shade on where I'm standing in the grass. I hope that the sun is going to continue to shine so that we can see the C-17 Globemaster in full glory with optimal lighting. So this is RCH4561. It is a C-17 Globemaster, now tracked by 1,856 people on flight radar, making it number 4, arriving from Dover, United States. Registration 96-0002. The airplane hails from 1996. 29 years old already. In 1996 I still had 4 years of middle school to go before going to university. What were you guys doing back in 1996? The lights are on, it's coming. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, if you are enjoying content like this. I am going to shut up now and let's listen to the C-17, which is going to land here on this runway.
Ja, ik ook, maar dan gaat hij niet zo met mij zo mogelijk. Ja, liever net als laatste keer.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was the C-17 arriving from Dover. What a behemoth. That rudder action, the reversers, pretty. In the meantime, I saw that Rodney South also renewed his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Thank you for renewing your vote of confidence. Welcome back. We kept everything the way you left it. Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier in Morocco, that's in the north of. Cruise control over here. And where is the C-17 going to go to? Now don't forget guys, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. There are 3 747s and an A380 still expected before 1:15 p.m. local time. And I'm thinking the 747s, all 3 are going to land here on this runway. what a behemoth that is. Absolutely stunning. In the meantime, I saw that we have crossed through 700 likes. Thank you all so much for that. 300 shy, a little under 300 shy of an airplane dance. For those of you who don't know what it is, at 1,000 likes I will do a little dance for you guys to celebrate 1,000 likes while live. Indeed, Ray, will it taxi to departure hall 3? What gate will it be attached to? I'm also a massive big thank you to Terry Stapley, who is celebrating 20 months of membership. Charleston C-17A from Dover Air Force Base. Indeed it was, mate. Terry, thank you so much for your continued support. 20 months and member already, 4 more months and you'll be turning blue and join the team. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking or if we're running low on certain supplies. Now I'll put them on the groceries list stat. Thank you so much for your continued support, Terry. Axel says, I couldn't watch the stream until today, but have you got any restrictions on where you can spot with respect to the NATO Summit? Well, the only thing I know right now is that the Polderbaan area is going to be closed off. Initially, Officer Rulov last week told me that it was going to happen already tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. That is incorrect. You can still visit the Polderbaan tomorrow and also until Saturday. I don't know if they're going to close off the runway area later on Saturday or maybe in the night from Saturday to Sunday. But the Polderbaan area is going to become a no-go area. If all is well, the rest of the airport should still be accessible. I don't know if that's actually going to be true. I'm hoping, of course, it will. It also will depend on the traffic, because traffic is going to be a female dog, to put it mildly. And I wonder how easy it is for me to reach Schiphol during the summit. Let's quickly turn around. There's a bizjet on final coming in from London Luton, so look away if you are Luton intolerant, because this airplane might give you the cramps. It is a NetJets Cessna Citation Latitude with a registration Charlie Sierra Lima Tango Foxtrot. Left from Celiac City 39 minutes ago. The airplane is 7 years old, hailing from 2018, the month not specified. Oh. And Rodney, thank you so much for your kind words, mate. Much appreciated. Ray says you just gotta put down the tent after tomorrow's stream, mate. Well, let me tell you, I did take off from my day job next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, so I don't have to work until the Tuesday after that. Means that I am able to do live streams all days in the upcoming week, 2 weeks. Not necessarily on Wednesday though, because I do still have that tour, and I thought I also saw that there was information, confirmation got emailed to me this morning. I still have to look at the details, but I'm probably going to be able to make a separate video out of that tour, an open bus tour along the Polderbaan on Wednesday next week, to see all the government dignitary airplanes that are parked over there. Je wilde wat vragen?
Ik zag je stream en ik denk gauw hier.
Ja.
Ik hoorde ik je zeggen, die Globemaster kwam.
Ja, precies. Ja, nou, je was mooi op tijd.
Ja. Waar gaat hij weer van vertrekken?
Nou, hij gaat naar Ramstein, dus het ligt een beetje aan de tijd. Ik geloof dat hij oorspronkelijk, volgens mij over ongeveer 2 à 3 uur, dus ik weet het niet. Als het parallel departures is, dan gaat hij via Center, omdat hij naar het oosten gaat, omdat hij naar Duitsland moet. Dus ik weet, het hangt af van hoe laat hij precies vertrekt, en dat weet ik niet. Does anybody know what time the C-17 is expected to leave? Because we're wondering here, what runway will it leave from? Die zijn alleen voor kleine kinderen, joh.
Dat ben ik klein.
Dude, je bent bijna 2 meter.
Daar een kleed op te zitten.
Wat?
Nee, op je schouder, hier op de zijkant.
Oh, hey, krikkeltje.
Nou, nog steeds.
Hey, fijne dag, man. Doei, doei. Alright, we have a bizjet over here that looks like it is going to traverse the runway. Oh no, that's the airplane that landed, that arrived from London Luton. And what else is happening right now? Airplane arriving from Aberdeen is going to the wrong runway. Let's have a look and see what runway use is going to be like. We haven't checked officially at Bezoek Bas yet. I'm expecting with the wind from the northeast that the current runway is going to stay open as the primary runway. So let's double check. Yeah. So what is happening right now is that they're probably going to do a runway inspection of runway 06 because runway 36 right is going to close pretty soon. Runway 06 for the upcoming hours is expected to be the primary runway for arrivals, with 36 right the secondary runway. It's now 11:43 and an inbound peak has ended and an outbound peak is going to begin. It means that 36 right is going to close and Polderbaan and center are both going to open until approximately 1 o'clock. Means that runway 06 is going to stay open as the only runway for arrivals, and prior to closing the secondary runway they are going to do an inspection of the primary runway. So we are going to see traffic resume to the Kaagbaan exclusively pretty soon. It also allows us to have a quick look and see where the 747s are at. So Atlas Air is probably next to arrive here with an ETA of 12:18 and Cargolux has an ETA of 12:46. Suparna is also approaching and it has lost a few minutes again, but it is still expected before 1 o'clock, so if all is well, it is going to land on runway 06. Fingers crossed, let's manifest Kaagbaan for this airplane. In the meantime, Emirates is also approaching. It steadily has an ETA of 1:15, so that is pretty constant. In the meantime, we are continuing with waiting for traffic resumption. Cue the waiting music. Yeah. Let's see, traffic is coming in to runway 36 right still. It's the last traffic before we are going to see its closure and the reopening of runway 06. If all is well. This is number 175 arriving from Aberdeen. Damn, that truck or whatever it is continuing to sound the horn incessantly. Absolutely amazing. Oh, boy is missing his keep it emoji. Yeah, that's a member only perk, mate. That's a member only perk, unfortunately. Okay, what airplane arriving from the west has been assigned to Kaagbaan already? There are a few wide bodies coming. Will they land here on runway 06 again? Or are they still going to go to the wrong runway? And the C-17 was expected to have an estimated time of departure of 2:10 according to Han. Thank you for the update. The guy asking about it already left, unfortunately, so if he's watching the stream, there's your answer. This is the Turkish A380 that we saw land here earlier in the morning, now leaving again for Istanbul. Scott has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Scott. Hope to see you again during another one. All right. Is there any traffic arriving from the west that is going going this way already? Has been assigned to the Kaagbaan already? So I am now wondering, is the runway still open? I don't see. It looks like the lights are off, or are they? No, they are on, aren't they? KLM flight 682 is coming to the Kaagbaan. Thank you, Marissa. Right, so that means that there are a few airplanes getting away, including a 777-300 that is arriving from Panama City, which I think we ought to see in the background somewhere over there at some point. Not sure where they are. You got it. Jerome asks for the waiting music. There you go. Thank you so much for a totally unnecessary super chat, mate. You could also have asks regularly. Yeah. At 774 likes, thank you all so much. That's 226 more to go for an airplane dance, courtesy of you guys. If you guys are enjoying the stream, even if we are waiting now for a moment and you haven't liked it already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel, because it really helps to bring in new people. People who want to see C-17s, who want to see duckies, who like airplanes and banter as well. They just have to know of our existence, and your likes and subscriptions really help to improve the discoverability of AMS live streams and content. KLM arrival from Panama City is still going to the wrong runway, but the next airplane to land here is going to be KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver. That's 777-200 And Kaagbaan says that CDM indicates the C-17 will leave via center around 2:13. For those of you who want to see its departure as well, that's where you need to be. Captain Eddie Bos is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Linda, goeiemorgen, middag, morgen. The C-17 landed, I think 20 minutes or so ago. En Vol80 says, to provide a bit of motivation, I'll throw in 5 more memberships once we hit 1,000 likes. So if you aren't a member already, but you want to become one, that might be a good chance to win one. 787-10 arriving from LAX here on final, KLM flight 604. Right, the KLM flight 682 is coming this way, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. Already on the glide slope by the looks of it. So we need to look here at the tree, because that's where it is going to emerge. We know from experience by now. Flying in the vicinity of Leiden, between Leiden and Noordwijk. And it looks like we have crossed through 800 likes. At least that's what Maria is celebrating. Thank you all so much for that, guys. Happy to see that you guys are enjoying what we are doing here today. And I hope that goes for all of you. Liking and subscribing is an easy way to help this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people. So thank you all so much for your support. The more the merrier. Though AMS Life is not for everybody, you do need to have a sense of humor and sometimes a bit of a thick skin. It is an acquired taste. In the meantime, I think I'm going to have a small sip of vodka to replenish and quench my thirst. tasty. There she is. KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. That's a 777-200ER. Gear is still up. Wolfgang says that it sounds like I'm peeing in the water. Not exactly, not exactly. If I were to pee, I would pee in the grass. Make sure that they have enough hydration to be flourishing, so that they can produce pollen to trigger my allergies. I'm such a masochist. So yeah, 3 747s and the A380 is still underway. That in itself already would have constituted a terrific stream, but there was a fourth already, and fourth 747, and of course the C-17, of which I will make a separate video, rest assured. I was going to update the thumbnail of this show, because the one time I saw the C-17 here while live, it was a shitty day. Although in hindsight, the weather, at least the cloudiness, isn't that different from that particular day. There you go. But it's supposed to get warm again in the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, temperatures of up to 30 Celsius, 90 F approximately. So savor the moment. Michael now is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Welcome back. Holland Wings. Good morning. Still morning. Atlas 747 now north of Norwich, Midvi says. Thanks for the update, mate. That should be the first next airplane to arrive. Another one behind it arriving from Miami as well. And then the Suparna. Suparna briefly an ETA of 1:01 p.m. but consistently a couple of minutes before. Now, if it has an ETA of 12:54, I'm still not too confident to call it a Kaagbaan landing, but fingers crossed. So this is KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, 8 hours 48 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Lima is the registration. 19 years old, first flight February 2006. Pushback of Qatar. And what is interesting is that it was teeming with people come the arrival of the C-17, and now everybody is gone. Everybody has gone. And nobody left. Just me, myself and I. We saw this airplane land earlier in the show. Then we move people special livery. Hadi Pete and Adriaan. Adriaan says C-17 above you, Aalsmeer to the west. I'm not sure where you live, Adriaan, and what the sky looks like where you are at, but right now control spotting here at Schiphol is impossible. Wish it was possible. There was also a C-130 earlier that passed over me, but right now I only see a bit of blue, and that is over there. It's just a fragment, so control spotting right now impossible, unfortunately. Thanks for keeping me informed though about what is passing overhead. Hey, Rick Meester has arrived on the scene. What? Rick Meester has arrived. Amazing. Hope you were in time to see the C-17, Rick. Did you see it? Were you able to catch it live? I'm thinking Rick may have missed it, because otherwise he would have announced his presence in the chat at the time of the C-17 arrival. Hope all is well, Rick. Long time no see. Adriaan is melting in the sun. Okay, okay. And where in the Netherlands might that be approximately? You missed everything. Mate, I will make a separate video out of it. Stay tuned, it will follow later in the day. Embraer 190 arriving from Teesside or Darlington is coming in next. KLM flight 964. In the meantime, also Chris Coot is still swimming over there, making a bit of a ruckus just now. All is well with me as well, Rick. Thank you for asking. I am off from work next week. I will compensate in the 2 weeks after that by working on Thursdays, so no Thursday streams in the first 2 weeks of July, but gotta take the bitter with the sweet. I am free to stream for the next, what is it, 2 weeks or so? Well, almost 2 weeks. Also got confirmation. The email confirmation, the header is on my phone. I need to look up the actual text itself, which I haven't done yet, but I did get confirmed all the details for the tour next week Wednesday over the polderbound terrain in an open bus, I think it was, for a select audience of spotters. Where Schiphol is going to show us the airplanes of the dignitaries that are parked over there. So I'm probably not able to do a live stream because of the elaborateness of my setup, but I should be able to make a nice video of it. Should be fun. Is there another C-17 coming this way? Right, slight glitch every now and then in the DJI mic. Let's see what we can do to fix it. It has to do with the I think it mostly has to do with the 3.5mm jacks that are very sensitive for movement. Is there a second C-17 underway? I only know of one. Oh wait, huh? Why is that? Has that been in the screen for long? What? That's annoying. Screen in screen? That wasn't supposed to be happening. Right. Well, it is good to have a quick look on Flight Radar to see what is coming. Atlas Air is traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire. Its ETA is 12:25. The Cargolux is ETA 12:46. And Suparna now once again inching closer to 1 o'clock. That's not good. With an ETA of 3 minutes to 1. So I'm really hoping that the Suparna is also going to be assigned the Kaagbaan. Hey, Split Scimitar also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Is Max also coming to the NATO convention? That's a good question. I'm not sure that he is. Duns is also back. Good to see you, mate. And Split Scimitar is tuning in from sunny Sussex. That is absolutely nice. Scorchio over here. Funny that you say that. More people tuning in from the UK reporting it was Scorchio. Absolutely love that reference to the Fast Show. Was one of my favorite shows back in the day. Mitchell Webb, also exquisite. Well, the Scorchio is also coming to the Netherlands this weekend. Saturday and Sunday over here, temperatures of 30 degrees Celsius expected, roughly 90 F. So I'm savoring the moment that it is still decently doable and I'm not burning away here. Although I do have plenty of vodka with me, might actually have to take another sip. Mighty fine vodka. Qatar is waiting, and EasyJet arriving from Lickety Split is first to arrive, an A320neo. If you're joining us only just now, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at the Kaagbaan, runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals today, with wind blowing from the northeast. That means headwind for the pilots landing on this runway. If you joined us later, you may have missed a C-17 Globemaster that arrived from Dover Air Force Base in the United States. It arrived around 11:30 local time. One 747 from Cargolux arrived from Nairobi, Kenya. It landed on the wrong runway, runway 36 right. There are 3 747s still underway, 2 of which are almost certainly going to land on this runway, and the third one we are hoping it will also land over here, but not completely sure yet. Qatar Move by People is on its way out. The Emirates A380 is on its way in. Its ETA is roughly 1:15 p.m. Means it's going to land on the wrong runway, but from over here we should have good visibility to that. Rick has plans to visit the historic Grand Prix in Zandvoort this weekend. But if it gets 30 plus degrees, then I think I might take a rain check. Yeah, well, if there's a bit of wind, it might still be doable, but I don't know if it is going to be windy or not. 30 degrees and humid, hardly any wind conditions in the Netherlands means it's torture. Right now there's a bit of a breeze, so even if it were 30 degrees right now, with the current breeze it would still be somewhat doable. And Jeroen is tuning in from sunny Zaventem, where it is 30 degrees. What? Hey, indeed, suits you, sir. Oh, suits you. Oh. Absolutely wonderful. Wasn't it Jeff? Wasn't he called Jeff? The deaf stunt man who jumped out of a window. Throw myself out of the window. That was also... of course Swiss Tony. Riding a bike is like making love to a beautiful woman. I'll get me coat. Indeed. Rick wonders what it takes to get our faces on that Qatar plane. Pooh, moved by hashtag AMS Live. Probably a shitload of money. Probably more than we can afford. Indeed, Jeff, flying a plane is like making love to a beautiful woman. Right, C-17 now entering the English Channel, but is that coming to Schiphol? Aviations by Jensen? That's what I'm wondering. Were there any more underway? We are now once again seeing small bits of blue over here, but where the sun is in the sky, it is still cloudy. So to what extent we are going to see the sunshine here, at least on the short run, remains to be seen. Paul also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. More C-17s coming this way, but the question of course is, are they destined to be going to Schiphol, or are they continuing to Ramstein or further east? In the meantime, 847 likes, I am counting. That means 153 shy of another airplane dance. And also Uffel 80, who already committed to gifting 5 memberships if we reach 1,000 likes whilst live. Transavia flight 5820 is arriving from Bari. That's 2 hours and 13 minutes away. Papa Hotel Hotel X-Ray Golf is the registration. Adi Clemencia, who is in Rotterdam and says follow up abundantly sunny and 24 degrees. And the laundry is drying well outdoors, I can imagine. Well, I'll tell you, upstairs on my attic it is also pretty warm, and laundry also dries rapidly. But there's also a nice breeze, so yeah, good day to be doing some laundry. Lance Planes and more also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Not cloudy in Belgium, not a cloud in sight in the vicinity of Zaventem, Jeroen says. Well, this is looking to our north. This is looking to my west. This is looking to the east. And looking to the south, not much to see. Just a few specks of blue over here. It does mean that it isn't very warm over here, and it is perfectly doable to be standing out here. In the meantime, we have a Delta A330 that is coming this way. Flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. 9 hours and 4 minutes on the way, the November 423 Delta X-Ray. Wolfgang, question. I did restart my DJI mic transmitter. Has the sound that you were occasionally hearing, is it still there, or has it gone? And D asks in Dutch, what runway is the C-17 going to be landing on shortly? Well, we're not sure that there is going to be another C-17 later today. That's just speculation. There was one that landed here, and it landed approximately, what was it, 11:30 or so? Toilet and lunch break coming up, Hans says. But that might run you. That means that you are running the risk of missing your favorite airplane, mate. Yeah, the C-17 already landed, Pim. If you weren't there to see it, you probably missed it already. There are two reasons why the DJI mic can get a bit primary reasons that the DJI mic, the voice over audio, gets poor sometimes is the 3.5mm jack is very sensitive, and also the direct line of sight. I am actually wearing my DJI mic transmitter on my shirt right now so that I hopefully have a line of sight directly. I have it over here pasted with a magnet to the side of my t-shirt, so hopefully I don't run into it with my elbows, but it also makes that there is more or less a direct line of sight between the transmitter and the receiver. The receiver, of course, in the laptop tent behind the laptop. Behind it there's my ATEM mini switcher, and attached to it is the DJI mic receiver. It's very sensitive. And it's also the reason why I have been contemplating upgrading to a UHF Sennheiser set for a long time now, since UHF has the capacity to go through walls and also around human bodies more easily. Airplane in the background on the left is KLM flight 767, that's an A330-200 arrival from Boeing. And over here in the foreground we have Vueling flight 8309, which is arriving from Valencia. High-tech setup indeed. Again here, albeit temporarily. Hopefully it continues to shine come the arrival of Atlas Air, which is now number 3. It's incredible that I continuously keep hearing a truck or something sounding the horn. Beep beep. Extremely annoying. Of course, the microphone is directed towards the runway, and you can hear that the Vueling is using its reversers. The Atlas Air is now turning in its third to arrive, and I'm wondering, can we see it in the background somewhere? Is it over there? Or is it? No, I think it's more in line with the glide slope already. There's the number 2. Question is the 747 visible? No, I think it is behind the tree and the buildings already. Oh wait, it's turning back. There it is. Right, so there it is. First up, KLM flight 767 arriving from Boeing. AOC flock, as in what the flock? Is the sun shining? Gary in Amsterdam is also back. 747 just flew over Noordwijk and we can see it. It is now number 2 to arrive. Second queen of the show. Third one not too far behind it. Fourth is arriving from the east, Suparna. Hopefully it is arriving before 1 o'clock. Hopefully it will still get assigned the Kaagbaan. KLM flight 1830 is now approaching on the right, arriving from Stuttgart. Now of course, being a narrow body, preceding a queen, it's not going to get much love here on the channel. We are going to keep the camera focused on the queen. That's Atlas Air over there, flight 5219, 8 hours and 4 minutes on the way from Miami. It is a 747-8 freighter, 9 years old already, November 868 gin tonic. I like myself a nice gin tonic. Tasty. We can already see the lights of the airplane behind it. That's Transavia arriving from Faro in Portugal. Flight 5358. Right, is it going to use the reversers? We'll find out soon enough. Alrighty, that was the second queen of the show. Should be turning in to the south. That's where they usually park. Pretty soon we are going to have a chance to get a long distance headshot of the Atlas Air. And while it is turning away from the runway, let's have a quick look and see where the other queens are at. So Suparna is approaching Dutch airspace. Its ETA is 12:54. As it stands, the way it is possible that it's going to land on runway 06 shortly before the reopening of the center runway, the runway 36 right. 10 minutes prior to that, with an ETA of 12:45, we have Cargolux arriving from Miami. That is going to land over here regardless. And Emirates now has an ETA of 1:18. Long distance headshot of Atlas Air. In the meantime, just now landed here was Transavia flight 5358 arriving from Faro. Mitri has to go. Hey JM, good to see you, mate. Tina's right in the corner of Beach Avenue. There's a strip of grass where you can also go to. KLM flight 1774 is arriving from Berlin behind me. That's an Embraer 175. EasyJet not far behind it, arriving from Edinburgh. Howdy Stefan, goedemiddag. Stefan F1 edits, my ground crew on Sunday. Thank you so much for joining me back then. It was a pleasure to have you again. Now also, for those of you joining later, I have said it already before a couple of times. Officer Rudolph misinformed me. He told me last week that the Polderbaan was going to be closed already from tomorrow 5 a.m. already. That's not true. Tomorrow and also on Saturday you can still visit the Polderbaan, he said. They are going to close it later. I don't know yet if it's going to be later on Saturday or if it's going to be from Sunday already. But at least tomorrow, and he said also on Saturday, you should still be able to go there. Just so you guys know, if you were planning on going to the Polderbaan, it should still be accessible tomorrow. And probably also, at least partially on Saturday. EasyJet A380 arriving from Edinburgh, now behind us. Atlas is turning in. Cargo Lux already parked over there. Another one is coming. Shouldn't be too long. ETA of 12:45 for the Cargo Lux arriving from Miami. Suparna with an ETA of 5 minutes to 1. It's going to be exciting to see if that is still going to come this way or if it's going to be assigned to the wrong runway, 36 right. This is EasyJet flight 23301 arriving from Edinburgh. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you for your support. Lance Plainsamore, who is celebrating 8 months of membership. And he says, driving by in a few minutes, will honk if I see you. What will you be driving? If I know what to look for, that should be handy for me. In the meantime, 1,218 viewers and 886 likes as it stands. If you are enjoying what you're seeing thus far, even though it is a slower tempo right now, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. That way you can help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. It is a free way to support the channel. Reach more people that are into sound effects and into live aviation and of course, duckies. Time for a sip of vodka. Alright, after a sip of tasty vodka, it is time to turn around and have a look at Aer Lingus flight 604 that is returning from Dublin, Ireland. There it is. And all of a sudden I'm realizing I'm not hearing that truck sounding the horn incessantly. They've stopped, well they already did the entire cutting of the greens over there. That went by relatively quickly. So much background noise we've been hearing since the beginning of the stream. It's almost noticeable that it's so calm right now. Right, there is a C-17 in the vicinity of The Hague, but it's not going to Schiphol. Thanks, JW Slijm. Unfortunately, still unable to do some contrail spottings. They're very sparse here today, and yeah, I had hoped that it would have been a bit more sunny than it actually turned out to be, but there you go. Hey, Yin is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Too bad, I think you only joined us just now. You may have missed the C-17 landing about an hour ago. That was absolutely spectacular. A whole crowd of people had gathered here. Now they've all gone. My guess is they're all going to the other side of the platform to see it's the C-17 depart in a couple of minutes. Hey Nick, dankjewel. Thank you so much. Nick van Beek just now contributed a small donation for a new microphone he wrote via PayPal. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity, Nick. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm still doubting about whether to pull the trigger or not. Maybe if I have a moment to spare, I'm going to reach out to some of those shops that also sell those UHF wireless microphone sets, because I want to have a set. If I were to purchase one of those sets, I would want one that is also usable abroad. That is what I think is the most challenging. Is that going to be possible? DJI mic, of course, works via Bluetooth. Or is it 2.2 gigahertz? No issues going abroad with that. Fanblade says, for your information, frequent short buffering. Is that in the video or in the audio? Daniel, goedemiddag. Radio Red October is tuning in from Finland. Welcome back, one and all. This is KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That's a 777-300 the PHBVB. Hey there, Maria. Good to see you again. Welcome back. This is KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A 777-300 7 hours and 38 minutes underway. It's the Papa Victor Bravo, 17 years old. First flight, March 2008. Complete stream, so that is either a if it's buffering, if the complete stream is buffering, then it either has to do with my upload or it has to do with YouTube, most likely. Anthony reports no issues here with audio or image. Might be a YouTube problem, Wolfgang says. Usually things buffer. I also notice it on my end. If it is my upload that is buffering, it usually also means that I see stuttering on Flight Radar, because I am now once again using my phone for Flight Radar and the live chat using the same Wi-Fi connection as I upload to YouTube with. So if there's something wrong with that connection, I usually see it on my phone as well. Achtzig reports no kind of issues, no issues of any kind over there. Kevin says, maybe a shark bit the transatlantic cable. Could that be it? I hope not. Let's blame YouTube. That's always a good idea. Let's blame YouTube. Cautiously optimistic. I am reporting I am seeing more blue in the sky right now all around me. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. And this is looking to the east. More cloudy. Looking to the south. And right above me, I see more openings getting created here. So with a little bit of luck, maybe a bit more sunshine. What I mostly miss is, because of the sunshine, we miss the good lighting. Of course, when those airplanes are arriving, you can still see them quite well, but when the sun is shining on it, like it can over here in the morning hours, second to none. Dognies says the 100 likes coming inside. How far along are we? 920. So yeah, keep them coming. That's 80 more to go. And UFO 80 will also speaking about 80, UFO 80 will also drop some memberships if we do cross through 1,000 likes while live. Nice and there, Max 8, and there's the lighting. There's the lighting I was talking about. Max 9737 arriving from Reykjavik, 2 hours and 31 minutes, flight 500. Also, of course, an airplane dance coming up if we breach 1,000 likes. And Radio Red October giving us some information about the weather. I haven't been updating the meter as vigorously as I normally would, and since I am now putting the screen in the bottom left, since a lot of you guys are watching via TV, 40% or so of viewers are watching via TV, and apparently by having the screen in on the right, you guys aren't able to see the chat messages. So I hope this is improving the visibility and your comfort as a person who is watching the stream via the TV. We now have a ceiling at 4,000 feet. We have few clouds at 3,000 feet. The wind is still blowing in the direction of the runway heading. Headwind 21 degrees, broken cloud, 6 knots of wind, and high pressure 1,027 hectopascals. In the meantime, the next airplane is arriving already. I'm going to update the meter and the ticker pretty soon, because first, a lot to see here at Schiphol Airport. This is arriving from Warsaw, flight 263, Embraer 170. Hey, no worries, Daniel. If you guys have any suggestions like that, let me know. I wasn't aware of the fact that if you watch YouTube on the TV, that the chat messages are visible to the right. I'm always watching on my laptop, but 40% of you guys are watching via the TV, so that's a big chunk of you guys who had to suffer all those screens for such a long time, and I never understood why people were disliking. I think it might have been people who were watching via the TV who didn't like the screen blocking their chat window. Speak up, guys, if you have any suggestions like that, because this is something I can easily fix. Don't want to chase you guys away. The plan is that we all stick together and grow together. Have fun together. Tap Portugal coming in from Lisbon, A321neo. Jeff wonders if anybody has seen his stapler. Is it a red swing line stapler by any chance? Olaf, goedemiddag, good afternoon, mate. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the arrival of a C-17 Globemaster earlier in the show. I will make a separate video out of it. Obviously follows later today. Its arrival was about an hour ago. Pretty awesome to see. It's not blocking the chat window, it's behind so you can't see what you're showing. Ah, the chat window is in front of it. Well, either way, it was in the way, and if all is well, now it's no more. A blue stapler. Well, in that case, I don't think I've seen it, Jeff. Air Transat is coming in, another narrow body with which people have crossed the Atlantic Ocean. This is an A321neo arrival from Toronto, 6 hours and 39 minutes on the way. Registration, Charlie, Golf, Oscar, India, Foxtrot. Joyf. Supporter confirmed for Kaagbaan. That is terrific news, Marissa. That's the one I was most anxious about. Obviously, the 747 arrival from the west will be assigned the westmost runway, but it was the Suparna that I was most anxious about. Happy to hear that. Thanks for the confirmation there, Marissa. That's good news. It means we are going to see 3 out of 4 747s on the runway we are standing next to. Still haven't seen the duckies. Only, well, or are they on land? No, that's the coots, aren't they? Yeah, more coots over here. I'm surrounded by them. They're sneaking up on me in the grass so that they can take over the world and AMS Live. Probably being led by a mouse with a big brain. "32 likes until the dance. Press the like button," Nick says. Is it that close already? Yeah. 973 and counting. Airplane dance coming up. Better make it happen before the wide bodies are coming in. This is KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Charlie Lima. 1 hour and 9 minutes underway. Beginning to shine again. If there's one airplane that I want to have good lighting in, good lighting for, it is the Suparna 747. Next up, KLM flight 744. It's arriving from Lima in Peru. That's not too far away from the country called There she is. KLM flight 744, 777-300 11 hours and 49 minutes on the way. The PHBVP, Bravo Victor Papa. Checklist ready. It is that time. 1,000 likes we have crossed. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Another stream where we made it. That is terrific. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for 1,000 likes. And Uffel 80 keeping his word, dropping some memberships. Uffel 80, thank you so much for your support as well. 5 gifted memberships courtesy of you. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you or dankeschön for it. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. If you are a new member, don't forget to say thank you to whoever gifted your membership. Don't forget to have fun with them. 32 custom emojis at your disposal for a month. Have fun with them. In the meantime, also time for an airplane dance since we have crossed through 1,000 likes. But not before. I'm also going back to the computer again as I was just standing up. Wolfgang also gifting 5 memberships. Wolfgang mate, thank you so much. You really did not have to do that. You're doing more than enough to support the channel as a moderator and as a member already. Hope that everybody will say thank you or dankeschön to you as well, whoever received a gifted membership from you just now. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to the gifters and don't forget to have fun with the gifted memberships, guys. Let's see, this is a good spot to be doing an airplane dance. Let's turn around. Here we go, airplane dance. 1,000 likes courtesy of you. Oh, it's nice weather to be playing. Here we go. No crosswind conditions today. Whee! Alright, down, flaps up, and boom. Cut the third wire. And we're standing still again. Thank you all so much. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying what I'm doing here. Hope that goes for everybody. This is the Herpa Derpa Derpa, going viral for 75 years. Herpa Derpa Derpa going viral with Itchy and Scratchy for 75 years now, and just in time because Cargolux is now number 2. Let's turn around because it is already visible. There it is. Ah, autofocus. No longer is that the case. Their call says we would not be here if you would not be there for us. Absolutely, but you also have to stick around and stay here when you do reach the channel. And you guys are doing that, and that is an honor to see that you guys aren't just finding the channel but also sticking around and coming back. That's the most important thing. Get a community of people that continue to come back and are enjoying what we're doing here. Of course, the best thing is if we get more people to interact, and that's where you can help for free by liking and subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. The 747 now coming is Cargolux, 68 kilo, 747-8 freighter, Lima X-ray, Victor Charlie Mike is the registration. 8 hours on the way precisely according to flight radar. Arrival from Miami, Florida. KLM 737. In the meantime, landing here. And in the meantime, I have to continue going back to the computer because avgeeks once again gifting 5 more memberships just now. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Again, you did not have to do that. You went ahead and did it anyway. I am very thankful for that. I hope that the receivers of your gifted memberships are thankful as well, and will say thank you to you and also to Lawa, who just now went ahead and gifted 10 memberships. Guys, thank you so much for your generosity. Hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership will enjoy it. Don't forget to say thank you to the gifter. Let me also quickly go back to the computer, to the camera, and film the arrival of the 3rd queen of the show, and the 4th is also coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? Suparna is also coming, has been assigned to this runway. Peter PDK is also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Yannick as well, and the sun has begun to shine over here, so good lighting. Let's look and listen. Decent lighting. Blue in the background. Things seem to start opening up a little bit. And reversers. Beautiful. Still using the reversers. only now winding down the reversers. Another C-17 in the vicinity of The Hague at 32k feet. I am looking up, but it is still pretty clouded looking in that direction. Don't think I'm able to spot it, guys. Also, there Carl says, watching a few air traffic channels on YouTube and Twitch, but most of the German ones are pretty chilled. You, however, way more entertaining. I am so glad to hear that, there Carl. Thank you so much. I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying what we're doing here. Spread the word, guys. Spread the word. In the meantime, EasyJet is landing over here. Time Traveler is multitasking. Aim is live on one screen, work on the other. In the meantime, the 747 from Suparna should be flying downwind, and I am looking to my right to see if I can locate it already. Still a bit to the east of the Vinkervener Plassen, so I think I need to look a bit further to the left than I was looking. On paper, it shouldn't be too hard to see it if you know where you need to look. I'm not sure if it is visible already because it is still a decent amount away. There's also traffic in the meantime coming this way, but that's mostly narrow bodies, although there is a 777 coming in from Guayaquil. Yeah, I'm still not seeing the 747, so for the time being, while I continue to look over my shoulder, Maria says, you may have missed membership gifting from Lauwe. Did he do more than just the 10 that I already highlighted? Because I did highlight 10 gifted memberships from Lauwe shortly after the second batch of 5 after UFO 80 gifted. So, did I miss something? Hey Klaartje, goedemiddag. Warm and sunny greetings from Belgium. Well, over here it is a bit more cloudy, as you can see. Looking to the north, looking to the west, things are now opening up. Those bits of blue weren't there before. Klaartje the Flyer comes in the chat and all of a sudden the sun starts to shine. That's weird. In the meantime, somewhere over there a 747 should be approaching. No, it's good. Thank you for letting me know, Maria. More often than not, I am missing stuff. But that one I didn't miss then. If it was just the one, well, just if it was the 10 memberships that I already highlighted, then I didn't forget it or didn't look over it. So yeah. 747 not yet visible. BA City Flyer arriving from London City. Wind has begun to pick up a little bit. Come on, that 747 should be visible somewhere. I'm looking, it should be over there in the sky somewhere, but I think it is too far to the south for me to see, or I'm looking in the wrong part of the sky. It is coming our way though, so rest assured we will still see it soon enough. First up, KLM flight 1614, arriving from Milan, 1 hour 21 minutes away, the Papa Hotel, November X-ray Oscar. Next airplane coming in. KLM flight 755. That's from Guayaquil in 11 hours and 10 minutes underway. 777-200 the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Bravo. 21 years old, first flight October 2003. I was about to say 2023. The airplane that you see behind it on the left, that's Delta Airlines flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's an 100. As the partner is approaching, it is now flying over Alpha aan de Rijn. Lights visible behind it, that's Transavia, an A321 Neo arriving from Alicante. Okay. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 164, arrived from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300. The 747 should be 2 airplanes behind it. Now I am seeing a few stutters on my flight radar screen. Well, the only thing I can do is quickly, before the 747 arrives, do a reboot of the modem. Let's see, first open up a wireless hotspot. After having I quickly did a reset of the reboot of the modem with Wolfgang's tip to first temporarily create a wireless hotspot with my phone and let the stream run through my phone for a brief moment. If all is well, it should be back again. If it is still stuttering, then it might be an issue of YouTube. I did a reset of the modem and hopefully all is well again. Does seem that my chat has now frozen. There we go, chat working again if all is well. Right, so hopefully those of you who were experiencing some stuttering are now no longer. What I did was I reset the modem that I'm using to upload to YouTube with, temporarily running the stream via my phone. And now it is back again on the modem. This is Suparna Airlines flight 87433, arriving from Chongqing in China. That is a 747 freighter, 10 hours precisely underway. 33 years old, first flight August 1991. Lovely lighting. Kablamo. Alrighty. And reverses to boot. Nice.
That's the way, I like it.
Beautiful. In the meantime, converging arrivals are beginning. Transavia is the first to arrive by the looks of it. We also have Corendon with an A350 arriving from Bonaire on the, well, almost on the glide slope. It is now expected to be the third airplane to land. And Ramon is indicating that the A380 is almost in Dutch airspace now in the vicinity of Enschede. So that should be coming pretty soon. So don't go anywhere if you don't have to be anywhere. I hope that the people who were reporting stuttering are now no longer doing that. If that's the case, it was an issue with my modem. Maybe, but I still am occasionally seeing a slight stutter in flight radar, so I'm not sure that it has resolved. In the meantime, a KLM A321neo approaching. Hans' favorite is coming next. Vueling flight 1375 arriving from Alicante, an A320. Han, I have terribly disappointing news. I think we might have to miss Vueling and watch Suparna instead, because it is a long distance headshot that is now in the making. Stove hasn't seen it yet again. Wolfgang also says for the moment it is all good. Well, keep me posted. I often don't see any inconsistencies in the stream when I look back streams on replay, even though you guys are reporting buffering at the time. When looking on replay, you don't see it often. Sometimes you do, not always. So I'm always guessing what is the problem. It might be that it is the internet connection. Here on my modem I had a full batch of blocks with respect to reception. Over here where I'm standing, the reception is good, so that makes me think it is more likely a YouTube problem than a local problem over here. But a reboot is easy to do, particularly with Wolfgang's helpful tip. Now I am going to turn around for the next airplane that is arriving, because it is a Corendon A350-900 arriving from Bonaire, flight 5997. The ECNTB is coming. 3-year-old airplane, first flight April 2022. What a looker, isn't it? It looks like a composite predator bird. So sleek. Actually, I think they should make curved winglets like on the A350 and the A330neo. I think they should make that mandatory from now on all airplane types that they want to equip with those winglets. Also, that sunglasses look, it already looks good on the A320neo family, but it looks even better with that lowered nose on the A350. Marissa also mentioned that she had to go and enjoy the sunshine. Thank you for joining, Marissa, if you're still there. Hope to see you later in the upcoming days. Infinity is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Suparna left the scene. Another C-17 seeing coming this way from UK side. Well, as far as to my knowledge, there were no other C-17s destined to go to Schiphol today, other than the one that we already saw land around 11:30. So I'm not sure that what you guys are seeing is actually going to Schiphol. Probably isn't. Hey, and this should trigger. Yeah, it's. I saw it on my phone. I quickly looked at the laptop, and this is working properly. Marino just became our latest Aurora. No, wait, no. This is a renewal. He has a red badge behind him. So this is a correct trigger of an event, but the incorrect trigger. We're of course celebrating Marino, who just became an Aurora Skylounge member again, but he already was a member before, and it should have been a blue message. But technically speaking, it is a membership, becoming a member again. Marino, thank you for renewing your membership. Thanks for the vote of confidence. And welcome back to the Aurora Skylounge. We kept your seat warm, mate. Thanks for your vote of confidence and for joining us again. Is that a 747 getting pushed back? I think it is. Yeah, Cargolux is leaving. Hey Björn, goedemiddag. There may be plans to build an A350-2000, but that's only future music, toekomstmuziek. I also thought I saw people referencing to it in comments that, well, Wolfgang sent me videos of the Paris Air Show where an A350-1000 was doing some maneuvering. I also saw in the comments below it mentioned, the A350-2000 was mentioned. Should be nice. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Okay, left flight 1512 arrived from Barcelona, and the bird controller now behind the electricity unit. Yeah, I can still see it, but my eyes are 10 centimeters higher than the camera lens is. Well, a bit more maybe even. K4 over there. Shots fired. Hey! What? A380 assigned to Kaagbaan, Maria says. What? That is absolutely amazing. It means even the A380 is coming to our runway. What? Absolutely something I did not foresee. Is the runway too short with the closure because of the maintenance of runway 0927? Is that it? Since runway 0927 is closed for maintenance, and since it is crossing the center runway 36 right, I'm wondering, has the runway become too short for the A380 to land on? Surely not. Is it? Has anybody seen the A3? Does anybody remember if the A380, since runway 0927 has been closed for maintenance, if the A380 has landed at the Aalsmeerbaan once? Now I'm wondering, has the runway become too short because of the closure of the crossing runway? Oh man, I need a drink. That is amazing. What a great start of the weekend. Now, mind you guys, I have taken off from my day job next week, so I will be able to do live streaming all the week. Also, after the summit. Though I will probably not be able to do a stream on Wednesday for at least a part of the day because of the tour that I will be getting on that day. Sometimes even we get lucky, yeah. And I just remember that I need to strip Pharrell from Get Lucky. I use that as a sound effect on the stream deck. Anyway. Or maybe you guys are thinking, use Get Lucky. Hey Suzanne, goedemiddag. Good to see ya. Indeed, Rudolf, shorts and t-shirt today. Shorts and t-shirt today. Right. Ronald says in Dutch that because of temperature, the Aalsmeerbaan can be avoided with the taxation of the A380. So there you go. Probably means that the Kaagbaan is going to be used more regularly. Where did you get that information from, Ronald? I'm wondering where we can find more information about this. Right, Turkish flight 1957 is approaching, arriving from Istanbul. That's an A330-200. It's going to the Aalsmeerbaan. Big friend Chad. Right, well. There was also somebody, I don't remember who it was, who commented below the go-around video of the A220, or what was it? The Air France? Yeah, it was the wasn't an A220, wasn't it? That they were doing a training mission. Source my ass. Absolutely funny. Stacy says, seems you are enjoying the new soundboard. I certainly am, Stacy. Although visibility is it leaves a bit to be desired. It's not as bright as I had hoped it would be during broad daylight conditions. Nice to know that in this cockpit you can hear
retard, retard, retard.
Right. Yeah, the A380 is approaching. Cargolux is going to cross the runway probably right now because there is no traffic immediately coming to the Kaagbaan yet. Cargolux Italia on its way out. Stacy says, so in night stream then, wink wink. Actually, I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I'm not sure that visibility and airplane action in the night hours is so interesting that it is worthwhile doing all the effort for. For now, I think it will be day streams mostly. Although you never know, it will turn dark soon again, half a year from now. Of course, over here on the northern hemisphere, in a few days we will be enjoying the longest day. Here at 52 degrees latitude, that means that the sun comes up really early, well before 6 o'clock, and will not set until shortly after 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. Then there's still twilight, so already since a month or so, if not more, we aren't having any twilight conditions here in the Netherlands anymore. Or, well, no dark nights, I should say. We only have twilight conditions during the remainder of the night. Kiora Grant, who is also back in the chat. Jochem asks, the C-17 is leaving when? I thought Hans said it was expected to leave around 2:15 local time. Honk if you love me, baby, Jeroen says. Yeah, the honking has been incessant. It is absolutely... It drives you crazy. I don't know how those guys that are honking don't get crazy about it themselves. They must be deaf or something. Stephanie from Amsterdam wonders if you can follow the Air Force One on flight radar. I'm not sure that you can. I am not sure that you can actually. Hi. Now the Emirates A380 is also approaching, and it is coming to this runway. It is now flying over the lake that is north of the Loosdrechtse Plassen and a little bit to the northeast of the Vinkeveense Plassen. On paper, maybe it is visible already. I'm looking in the general direction of where I think the A380 should be flying right now. Once again, I'm struggling to find it. In the meantime, number 175, arrival from Christiansand over here, flight 1186. Beautiful landing. Let me quickly go over to the computer before the messages are too far away again. I saw that Tom Endeman just now went ahead and gifted no less than 10 memberships. Tom, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. You really did not have to do that. You said, screw it, I'll do it anyway. Thank you so much for your generosity, mate. I hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal for a month. I'm looking to my right, I'm looking to see if I can spot the A380 already. It is flying past Vinkeveense Plassen and it should be out there somewhere. And I'm wondering, where can it be? I thought I saw it above the buildings at some point. I'm not sure that the clouds are in the way. Can see traffic coming this way on to runway 36 right already. Now in the vicinity of Meidrecht. So probably even a bit further already this way, but I'm not sure if you guys are seeing anything. I'm looking but not seeing a thing yet. I'm happy that at least it's coming to this runway. Yeah, I'm looking wider, scanning the horizon to see if maybe I can catch it. It's still flying further to the south. It's now in line with the glide slope, so I'm thinking it should even be a bit further already over there. Thing is, it is flying far away. The building is also in the way. And Tom says, you also don't need to stream every day, but you like to do it. I like to support great interested streams in my home country. Well, Tom, thank you for the kind words. I'm doing something I like doing, and my goal is to see if I can build this into my primary source of income. So yeah, I'm doing something I love, and also trying to build a wide community. I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying. Hope that goes for everybody. Spread the word if you haven't already. Tell your friends. And also, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It is an easy and free way to support the channel. You don't have to give membership per se. Liking and subscribing is also an easy way to do so. It helps us reach a wider audience of people who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who would also be willing to join our community. The A380 is flying so far away that I think it is out of my view right now. It is time for the waiting music. It is now flying in the vicinity of Alphen aan den Rijn, and I think it is out of our scope to see. Just focusing on what we should see next at some point. Lights glistening in the distance. Yeah, let's not get too excited with the waiting music. Freek Broeders asks, which runway will Air Force One land on? Well, there are only 3 that are going to be in use come the NATO Summit. That's runway 06, the Kaagbaan, runway 36 right, the Aalsmeerbaan, but it is already not suitable for the A380, so it also seems like it isn't very suitable for the for Air Force One. And the other candidate, which I think is more likely, is the center runway, Zwanenburgbaan. Now, of course, you don't know beforehand what the winds will be like. You can see what the estimations are on Windfinder, for instance, but it can still change. Time Traveler says, asks, do you have an idea where do you want to go spotting next week? Well, there aren't a lot of places left that you can go to if the Polderbaan area is closed. It's basically this location or next to the McDonald's or variants on that, not too far away. The place that you could stand at before at the north end of the center runway near 2000L has been closed off and is no longer accessible. That whole part already allegedly is inaccessible. In the meantime, we are hearing Chris Coot over here. Now, of course, we don't know what time it will arrive, what the winds will be like. But there are only 3 runways where it can go to, so that's at least relatively easy. Raven Rock mate, thank you so much for your generosity. A super chat with boy, coffee and stroopwafel. I will keep trying. I will happily accept your virtual cup of coffee and the stroopwafel, Raven Rock. I think I just have to make some room in my diet. Compensate by going for an additional bike ride or something. Jeroen is also back. Jeroen wonders if I am going to stream during the NATO top. Well, the plan is to do that. I have taken off from work especially for this. The question everybody keeps asking is, where will you be going to? And the answer is, I don't know yet, because it depends on whether or not locations are accessible. They need to be accessible, but they also need to be accessible by car, because I cannot take all of my equipment on the bicycle. Alrighty, the A380 is now in the vicinity of Leiden. It is probably visible already. Let's see if we can spot it. Alright, well guys, you tell me. Am I going blind? Have I been drinking bad vodka with methanol instead of ethanol? Ryanair I'm seeing. Ah, yeah, silly me. And there's the A380, the one we thought would get away but didn't. Coming to the Polderbaan, coming to the Kaagbaan after all. There it is. Means that Ryanair will not get much love from us today as a narrow body preceding a wide body. The fate. Wolfgang says buy a ticket for P3 and build up the setting in the car so you're a client. I need a bigger car then. Yeah, no, I don't think that that is going to work. I'm pretty sure that they will be patrolling and will chase everybody away. I wouldn't be surprised if P3 were even closed off and isn't even accessible. I mean, think about it. Over in Noordwijk, where allegedly the Orange president is also going to reside during the summit, right next to the hotel where he is allegedly going to stay, there was a Ferris wheel, a big Ferris wheel. It also had to go because what if... Hey, it's going around. What's happening here? Okay, what is happening here, guys? Aborted the landing, and behind me Ryanair is now vacating, so I'm thinking maybe Ryanair was still on the runway come decision altitude. You guys said it looked like it was a bit high. Question is, right, Cones is listening in on ATC. Of course, now with 36 right also active, I'm hoping that they are going to get reassigned the Kaagbaan. He was indeed too high on the slope, Stijn says. I'm also hearing traffic overhead. Right, so the A380 doing an additional bonus lap. Dutchie says that it was 1200 feet higher than it was supposed to be. That is still a lot. Did they misset their altimeters? Surely they didn't. Figment says that the Cargolux is about to take off from the Polderbaan. Is it lined up? Is it first to go already? Right now I am only following the inbound traffic. Still signed Kaagbaan. That's good news, Ronald. Thank you so much. Right. Let's pick that up later and have a look and see if we can catch a glimpse of the Cargolux 747 that is now rolling on Polderbaan and is flying out. Where is it going to? What's its destination? In the meantime, it is time for another drink. There it is, Cargolux, taking off from Polderbaan, going to Luxembourg, so it's going to make a right-hand turn after climbing out on the runway heading initially. Steven Seagull doing a cameo here in the foreground. Oh, that sounding the horn constantly drives you crazy, doesn't it? in the meantime. Huh? The A380 is climbing again over the North Sea. What? What's it doing? Oh no, it is coming back. Right. Now it's 1625 feet according to flight radar. Jochem says the horn is because of asphaltation works to let the trucks know to move forward or stop. Jeez. Is there no other way that they can do that? Ja, dat mag.
Waar sta jij geparkeerd? Want mijn man, dus Jochem, die vraagt aan mij of jij weet waar we kunnen parkeren met de auto.
Ik sta op de Aalsmeerderweg, maar je moet het geluk hebben, want het is op doordeweekse dagen is het altijd crime om hier een plekje te vinden. En eventueel zou je daar aan die kant, aan de voorkant van Gulfstream en zo, zou je tussen de gebouwen, als je niet voor ingangen gaat staan, zou je kunnen parkeren. Die is al geland. Die gaat straks weer opstijgen. What was the time of departure again? Maar die gaat dan waarschijnlijk via Center of via de polderbaan. Ik denk dat hij via Center zal gaan zo meteen. Volgens mij, it was after 2 o'clock, right? The time of departure of the C-17. Als het na 2 is en hij gaat naar Duitsland, dan gaat hij via de Center Runway. In the meantime, K2 over here patrolling. And the Emirates A380 once again now on the local on the glide slope, or is it almost? So we have one airplane over here, and I'm wondering. Oh, graag gedaan. A380. Am I missing it? Oh wait, yeah. Look at the tree and you can see it rising like a phoenix from the ashes. And Jochem also in the chat saying, thanks for giving my wife the information you have. Graag gedaan, Jochem. Happy to oblige. Alright, second attempt for the Emirates A380 to land here. Flight 147 arriving from Dubai, second attempt. 6 hours and 49 minutes on the way. The Alpha 6 Echo Delta Whiskey. Number 1 on flight radar, tracked by 3,215 people. That's way more than are watching the channel. If you wanna help us reach those people that are now watching this on flight radar but who don't watch AMS Live yet, like and subscribe if you haven't already. Let's lure them in. Lower than it was before. In the meantime, next to me, an airplane landing. "13-year-old airplane, first flight January 2012, and it is now number 2 with 3,328 people watching. I'm wondering how many are watching the number 1 and which airplane would that be then? Alrighty. I'm also looking to see is there more wide-bodied traffic coming this way after the A380, or are we going to be stuck with narrow bodies for the time being? I'm not seeing any wide bodies approaching just yet. There is a 777-200 over the Gulf of Yorkshire that is arriving from New York JFK. That is not too far. It's closer to Norwich still than it is to the Netherlands already. Alright, let's look and listen. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai with an additional lap around the block. Maybe courtesy of Ryanair.
Retard.
That's what the pilots were hearing. Reverse is quite clearly audible. Hey, graag gedaan. Veel plezier en succes hè. Fijne dag. Doei doei. Right, that was a buttery landing indeed. I see a couple of wide bodies that are underway, still a bit away. KLM flight 646 arrived from New York JFK. That's a 777-200. A bit closer by perhaps is KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. That's a 777-300. Thinking, is that going to be worthwhile sticking around for? What do you guys think? Normally speaking, things die down a little bit. We have begun a bit earlier today. And Duns asks if retard isn't in Boeing's. The answer is no. That's definitely an Airbus cockpit thing. And Erik wonders in Dutch. He says the pinned comment of the C-17 with an ETA of 1130 and 1200. Yeah, no, that's this. So that's an airplane that already landed between 11:30 and 12 o'clock local time. That is the C-17 that is depicted in the thumbnail of today's show. Military airplane that landed from the United States carrying stuff ahead of the US delegation that will be arriving later in the week for the NATO Summit. It's an airplane that you don't see very often over here, and that is why it was a pinned comment, because you don't get to see that very often here. Alrighty, let's see. I think I am going to stick around until the 777 arrival from New York and also the 777 arrival from Sao Paulo have arrived. The 777 arrival from Sao Paulo seems to be the first to arrive over here. In the meantime, after looking more blue in the north, now it is cloudy again. Looking to the west, things look like so. Looking to the east, it looks like so. And looking to the south, once again, clouds are taking over. Bit unfortunate, but such is life. Stephanie from Amsterdam is going and thanks us for the great stream. You're welcome. Thank you for stopping by, Stephanie. Glad to hear you enjoyed. Hopefully see you again later in the week. Stove is also leaving. Thanks for stopping by, Stove. Hope you enjoyed and hopefully we'll see you again later in the weekend. So Bob is also signing off for it's time for his beauty sleep. Thanks for stopping by, Bob. Sleep well and hopefully see you again later in the week, man. And 5 minutes behind the 777 from New York is another 777 from Salt Lake City. There you go. Next up is KLM flight 1630, arrival from Venice. Hey! What is that? No, that's still good. Thought I also saw a grebe. No, it's just Chris Coot. Haven't seen a single duck here in the entire duration of the stream. Quite remarkable. Normally they would be around. This is KLM flight 1630, arrival from Venice, 737-800, 1 hour and 30 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie, Echo. The airplane is 11 years old, first flight March 2014. Jeff says it's too hot for ducks, only bastard coots can take it. Right, next up, EasyJet flight 22515, arrival from London Luton. Giving you the cramps if you're Luton intolerant, so look away if you are. And the next airplane after this is going to be a BA A380, arrival from London Heathrow. Voor die tijd moet je tent staan, USS. Is that in reference to what Adrian is saying? With Sunday, 1 o'clock, they will close off the Polderbaan area. According to the Haarlemmermeer municipality. Hoi. Dat mag, zeker.
Wat zou jouw favoriete plek staan voor de C-17?
Voor het vertrek straks? Ik geloof dat hij na tweeën vertrekt. Dus de kans is groot omdat hij naar Ramstein gaat. Dat je bij de Center Runway, dat hij daar vertrekt. Nou, normaal gesproken, vroeger kon je bij de hoofdvaart aan de oostzijde, kon je aan de noordzijde van de runway kon je staan, bij de kruising met de 2000L weg. Maar ik geloof dat daar nu betonblokken liggen en dat je daar dus niet meer mag komen. En ook de kans loopt dat je daar weggejaagd wordt. Dus ik denk dat je, ik weet niet of er nog tussendoor, je hebt daar ergens ook zo'n plek waar wat van die betonplaten lagen.
Ja, hier langs 5 huizen weg bedoel je?
Nee, meer bij de hoofdvaart, maar dan meer richting de brug waar ook de 207, de 201, even kijken. Hier aan de hoofdvaart heb je, hier heb je volgens mij, hier heb je dat viaduct waar die vliegtuigen overheen taxiën. Je had altijd hier ook volgens mij een plek met betonplaten liggen. Maar ik weet niet of dat het nog steeds, of dat je daar, ik ben er al een tijdje niet meer geweest, dus ik durf het je niet met zekerheid te zeggen dat je daar gaat slagen. Zeg je? Ja, hè? multitasken. Nee, als ik er nu naartoe zou moeten rijden, denk ik dat ik die kant op zou gaan en dan zou kijken. Er zijn altijd ook nog wel wat plekjes langs de hoofdvaart waar je gewoon sowieso eventjes kan stoppen. En als je natuurlijk...
Ik ga er in ieder geval uitzetten, want ik zit ook met een kleine van een half jaar in de auto.
Jij bent Jochem.
Ja!
Dacht ik al.
Ik kom even vragen wat jouw locaties zijn waar je heen zou gaan.
Ja, nou ik vind het lastig, want ik ben al een tijdje niet meer langs de center runway geweest, omdat het eigenlijk altijd de secundaire runway is en dus altijd maar een uurtje op, uurtje af is. Dus voor mij niet zo boeiend met een stream. Dus ik weet het niet zeker, ik ben er al een tijd niet meer geweest, maar langs die hoofdvaart heb je bijna altijd wel een plekje waar je eventjes kan stoppen. En zeker als het alleen maar om één specifieke kist gaat, en zeker als je inderdaad je vrouw eventjes wilt droppen. Kijk, je kan er gewoon wel lopend en je kan eventueel gewoon ook op het fietspad langs de hoofdvaart aan de oostzijde staan.
Even erg ding is dat zij eruit kan.
Precies, nee, maar dat is geen probleem. Sowieso als er achter jou geen verkeer is, dan zet je hem gewoon even langs de zijkant, kan ze uitstappen.
Gras bij de bushal.
Nee, dat moet wel lukken dan. Nee, nou ik kom wel uit de buurt, maar ik ben dus al een tijdje niet meer daar geweest waar je nu eigenlijk het beste moet zijn. Uit Den Haag, doe normaal.
Op deze kant we zagen die C-17 landen, we dachten die zie je niet heel veel in deze regio, dus ik denk van die moeten toch even op de foto hebben.
Nee, inderdaad.
Als je nog een leuk evenement wil hebben, 14 september heb je in België, de Sanico Air Show. De Thunder Tigers die komen die kant op.
Dat klinkt goed. Dat is 14 september?
14 september, dat is een zondag in België.
Oké. Nou, dat klinkt goed.
Dus best wel leuk om te zien. Maar dit komt dan. Maar als je verder kijkt, Thunder Tigers.
Sunny Call. Right. Ga ik eens naar kijken.
Maar de meest interessante die er komt, vind ik dan vliegend.
BBMF Lancaster. Mooi. Mooi ding.
Ja, die komt dus ook daar.
Vet. Leuk man.
Goed, ik ga er vandoor. Dank je.
Hey, is goed man. Succes. Dag Jochem. Right. Not only did we have Mrs. Jochem, but also Mr. Jochem just now. Liwa, mate, you really did not have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Think about the lovely Luikse wafel with Lisa and put this with a new microphone. I think I will have to look into it. Mate, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Liwa. That is above and beyond. In the meantime, we are waiting for the wide bodies that are arriving. I'm wondering, KLM Flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo, I think it is going too far to the southeast, if not to the east, to my liking. Is KLM Flight 792 going to go to runway 36 right? Because it does look like it a little bit. Paul Logan says, I was talking to a guy in operation at Schiphol yesterday and he told me that Polderbound will be turned into a parking lot. That is absolutely right, mate. And next week, Wednesday, I should be going there as I was picked with several other selected spotters to join a bus tour over that area during the Wednesday of the NATO Summit. So due to the extensiveness of my gear, I'm probably not going to be able to do a live stream, but I should be able to make a nice video from that visit, which hopefully I can share with you not too long after it. Yeah, they're making a parking lot out of it. All the dignitaries' airplanes, I thought with the exception of Air Force One, are going to be parked over there. Quite a few dignitaries are coming. I'm thinking KLM Flight 792, we are going to lose to the wrong runway. Yeah, Paul confirming that 792 is indeed going to 36 right. Already thought it was looking like it was turning more easterly than normally would have been the case had they been assigned the Kaagbaan. Right. Aviation Community 2025 also wonders what day will they arrive at Schiphol Airport. Well, the schedules of course are confidential. I'm not going to pretend that I know when Air Force One is going to land. I think nobody here knows except maybe just a handful of people. What I did hear on the radio, I was listening to a news radio station yesterday when in the car in the morning rush hour, or no, it was the day before yesterday, but it doesn't matter. They were also on the road with people from Rijkswaterstaat. That's the national organization that also takes care of the roads and whatnot, and also have to make sure that they close off all the roads come the NATO Summit. And they told me that the difficult part of the logistics this time around compared with the nuclear summit that happened a couple of years ago is that back then all the dignitaries arrived more focused, temporally focused. They all arrived around the same time, or at least in a short time span. And now apparently the people who are coming to the NATO top are coming in more dispersed through time. That means that there will be more road closures and temporary measures when a delegation has to be transported from Schiphol to The Hague. Nice soundtrack promotion, says boy, we will be getting another airplane dance, right? Well, as it stands, we're at 1172 likes, and the next airplane dance will be released at 1500. And since traffic is getting a bit thin over here, I don't think we are going to make it today. K2 is doing an inspection quickly before the airplane that we saw in the background is getting too close. Next airplane coming in is KLM Flight 646, arriving from New York JFK, and that is a 777-200. There it is. The airplane that you see behind it is KLM Flight 1006, and that's an A321neo arriving from London Heathrow. I think you missed the 1K airplane dance nice soundtrack promotions. It was shortly before one of the 747s that we have seen in today's show arrived, but I don't remember exactly which one it was. Paul says, I have asked ChatGPT when Air Force One might land, and it recommends watching a channel like AMS Live. You're lying, but I like the lie. Martin says, lunchtime for me, so see you later. Thanks for stopping by, Martin. Hope you enjoyed. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Hopefully see you again tomorrow or later in the week, in the upcoming week. Afzig is going to throw in another 5 memberships at 1500 likes. Oh, and that 777 arriving from Sao Paulo, going to the wrong runway. Of all the airplanes that they could have sent to 36 right, they chose to do that one. Mate, you're not lying, you're saying, what? And in the meantime, there's also something interesting going on over there. Is that the Coast Guard? No, I thought it was a private jet, small propeller private jet already. Rhino is tuning in from Cape Town South. Not sure where that small prop went to. Seems to have disappeared. You often see that they are doing touch and goes on the short runway of Schiphol Oost. That is nice. Alright, so I'm going to stick around until KLM Flight 610 has landed. That's the 777-200 arrival from Salt Lake City. I am going to make that the last airplane of today's show. Or could you guys have another look and see what the estimated time of departure of the C-17 is? Because we are right in line with the center runway. Philippopoulos says C-17 around 2:13 from 04. Is that confirmed via CDM? 04. We should be able to see that quite well from over here. Since it is still only 20 minutes out, might as well stick around for it then, if it is actually going out at that time. Guesstimation right now. Is that a guesstimation of the time or the runway? I thought somebody was also checking out CDM and it all... Hey, what? No, bastard! Bastard, it's already going! The bastard is already going! What? Well... Unmistakably, the C-17.
Indeed. What the fudge, yo? So it departed earlier and it did use runway 04. What? Lucky break, I managed to see it. Indeed, something so big is so sneaky. Remarkable, isn't it?
Right, DJI mic was gone, should be back again. And I am going to also quickly change the transmitter. Receiver died first. Let me quickly reboot. Be back with a new fresh transmitter. So it was the receiver from the DJI mic that just now gave out, and the Transmitter was also running low, so I replaced it too. What the fudge? So yeah, that was the C-17 coming in and going. Not the way I thought it would happen, but there you go. A320 Neorio. EasyJet arriving from Malaga. E2 Emirates 195 is next to arrive. KLM flight 1524 arriving from Bilbao, and after that it is an Air France KLM South, Bombardier C-Series 300, A220 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, and after that a Bombardier C-Series 100 from ITA, which ought to be somewhere over there, but not yet visible, I think. KLM flight 1524, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bilbao. Robert Spearman says, hi everyone, I just saw the C-17 take off. I'm glad you did, mate. Welcome back. That was an unexpected one, the departure. It was said it was going to leave a bit later than it actually did leave. But well, we did at least see it again, yeah. Absolutely we did. Now, we are going to wrap up pretty soon. The last airplane from me for today's show is now turning in the background. I'm not sure that we can see it. It is going to be KLM flight 610 arriving from Salt Lake City. We managed to see the C-17 coming in, landing on the right runway finally. Redemption for the missed opportunity last week when we were standing at the Polderbaan and it went to this runway after all. Today we were more lucky. Hopefully more catches of C-17s and other interesting airplanes in the upcoming days. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am off from work next week, so I should be able to stream each day. Of course, whether or not that's going to happen depends on how well Schiphol is accessible. E2 Embraer KLM Air France flight 1740. And indeed, Ramon, ITA Airways flight 114 with my favorite livery. Absolutely beautiful machine. Doesn't ITA also have A350s in their fleet? That would be a killer combo. Alrighty. Here we go. Last two airplanes on the glide slope visible already. ITA Airways flight 114, arriving from Milan, Bombardier C-Series 100. F80, was machst du jetzt? F80 just now gifted 5 memberships, and that was well before the 1500 likes. We're at 1195. F80 went ahead, gifted 5 memberships just now. F80, thank you so much. You really did not have to do that, mate. Vielen Dank für deine Unterstützung. That is something you really didn't have to do. Großartig. Dankeschön. Hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from you will also say thank you or dankeschön to you. Don't forget to enjoy the custom emojis that you have at your disposal if you received a gifted membership. 32 of them. You've got them for an entire month. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you are stimulated to use as much as you want. Inappropriately is even better. Get creative with them. Make us laugh. It's all about having a laugh. And those custom emojis I hope will help for that. Ita has 6 A350s, Peter says. There you go. Never saw one myself, but I can imagine they are stunning. It is time for the last airplane now. KLM flight 610. Arriving from Salt Lake City, Utah. Not Mita, but Utah. Not me too, but Utah. 8 hours and 38 minutes on the way. The PHBQD, Bravo Quebec Delta. The airplane is 21 years old. First flight December 2003. And it is going to be the last airplane of today's show, with a stream of many surprises. The A380 coming to the right runway, then going around, the C-17 arriving and also seeing it leave, albeit at a bit of a distance. Their call says, back in a moment, need to get some stuff done. Well, I am wrapping up, so hopefully we will get to see it during the next one, because maybe the stream will already have ended come your return time. You might be right, Wolfgang. I would have to look at one before finally being able to make the verdict, but it's definitely going to be a pretty airplane, I imagine. An A220 on steroids, more or less. I am going out again tomorrow for another live stream. I don't know yet where, when, what time. Now also with more military airplanes approaching, that is also a very heavy weighing factor in determining where I'm going to go to and what time I will be going out for a stream. For now, I am going to wrap it up. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a blast and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Thank you all so much for the support, for the likes, for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself, PayPal donations, merch shop purchases and whatnot. Thank you all so much. You guys are what makes this channel so great. And if you did like what you saw and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing. It's a free way to help us reach more people that are into live streams like these and who want to join our awesome community. Thank you also, moderators, for joining me here today and keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. A massive big thank you to all of you for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe. I hope to see you all again tomorrow. I am going to say bye for now. Take care and see you soon.